Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Thursday, December 18th, 2025. This is a show on which you can shape the topics that I discuss. I invite you to participate in the chat on YouTube or by calling in. There is a link pinned in the chat, as well as a phone number you can dial. Either method will work. I talk about all things philosophy here. I'm happy to discuss, debate, take questions, read comments. Also, if you just want to say hi, that's good too. And we can talk about all these topics that I have listed on my background: reason, egoism, capitalism, free will, objectivity, logic, virtues like justice, honesty, etc. I see we've already got a few people here in the chat. Thanks for being here. And hope anyone, I hope no one was thrown off too much by the change in time. I originally had my stream scheduled to start at about half an hour ago, but then I wasn't ready, so I had to delay it by half an hour. But glad you all can be here now. And I see we've got Jason was here a while ago, but he said he'll he's occupied it for a while, but he's going to come back later. Hello to Janice 494696, and hello to Robert. Those are the three people, the first three chatters of the day. Janice asks, "Are you all hyped for the stream?" I hope you are. I hope the stream is worthy of being hyped. You can help make it worthy by contributing topics, participating, and that'll give me material to engage with. I do have some things, as normal, that I could discuss. If there aren't topics raised in the chat, but I do want to give priority to people who are here live, so you can take advantage of that by having me discuss things that you mention in the chat or call in about. Oh, Robert. It looks like Robert had an accident. He says he's bleeding profusely all over the keyboard. Uh-oh. Uh, he cracked a plexiglass window. Be right back. Okay. I hope you're okay, Robert. That's definitely got priority. Um, take care of yourself. Be an egoist. That's what being an egoist involves. That's part of Ayn Rand's philosophy. Putting yourself first, your own interests first. I guess he was well enough to put some emojis in the chat before he left and type another message. So I guess he's going to be okay. All right, Greg is also here. Hi, Greg. Greetings and salutations. I saw some posts from you on Facebook, Greg, with a nice background. I was wondering how you did that because I know Facebook offers some default backgrounds you can use, but you had some even nicer ones with some pretty pictures. So I was wondering if you just got those pictures from outside Facebook and then posted them as links, or maybe you use PowerPoint or something, some other software to create an image, and then you just posted the photo on Facebook as a link, or are those images that you had in the background of your Facebook posts, are those built into Facebook somewhere? And I haven't seen where they are yet, but I would be interested to know how you did that, if you want to say. All right, Jason is back from lunch. Welcome back. Oh, Greg says the Android phone often provides backgrounds that are not available via the PC. Okay. I have an iPhone, so maybe that's why. I haven't seen those backgrounds in on my iPhone or my laptop, but maybe they're just new. Maybe if I go back into I'm actually going there right now to see if I see new. No, I don't see any new backgrounds. So maybe that's a feature that hasn't been rolled out to the iPhone yet, but it's already available on Android. Okay. So one topic we could discuss some today is a topic that's come up in previous streams, but which I've been thinking about some more recently, which is the topic of what kinds of contracts are valid? What are the limits on valid contracts? So this comes up with, let's say someone wants to hire you to be his servant for life. Is that a valid contract? He says, I'll give you $1,000 and you have to be my servant for life. Or what about a sex change? I want someone might say they want a sex change and go to a surgeon and sign a contract to have a sex change operation. Is that a valid contract? What if someone wants to have all his limbs amputated and signs a contract with a surgeon? Is that a valid contract? In in a free market capitalist system, we have the principle of you're free to do whatever you want as long as you're not initiating force. And you can act irrationally if you so choose, but as long as you're not initiating force against anyone, you should be free to do whatever it is you like. So, if we're going to respect that principle, does that mean if two people consent to do anything, as long as it's voluntary, it should be allowed in a free market capitalist system? Otherwise, if we don't allow it, we are undermining the principle, the basic principle of the social system that we advocate. Now, there are some contracts which are unenforceable. For instance, contracts with minors. Minors cannot consent to certain things. So just because a minor voluntarily agrees to something like sex with an adult doesn't mean that that's a legitimate contract, because there are certain things which minors can't consent to because we think their minds aren't developed enough, or at least we have to put a line somewhere. The law has to draw a line somewhere. When you're young, your rights to act on your own judgments are held in trust by your parents. Maybe that's a way you could think about it, um, because you haven't developed the maturity to be able to guide your own life in a way that conduces to your self-interest. And I think self-interest is the reason why we need rights. That's the basis of rights. Having rights protects us from other people initiating force against us, overriding our own judgment. But to have a good, happy life, I think it's right that we need to be able to act on our own judgment. However, we haven't developed our faculty of judging when we're an infant or a toddler, a young teenager, sufficiently to be able to serve our own interest. I mean, we increasingly get better at it as we grow up, but when we're very young, I think it's right to think that there should be limits on what a minor can consent to. But let's set aside the case of minors. Suppose we're talking about adults, people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, any age above the age of maturity. We don't have to get into a discussion of where exactly you draw the line. I think there's some optionality there. But let's assume we're just talking about uncontroversially adult individuals consenting to various things. Are there any limits on what adults should be able to consent to in a contract? Any limits on the sorts of contracts that should be enforceable, regarded as valid by our legal system? What if two consenting adults agree to have one kill the other? Not because you're on your deathbed and you're in a lot of pain, you have a terminal illness and you want to have assisted suicide, euthanasia, because you'd rather just end your life and endure pain for who knows how many more weeks or months, which maybe medical technology could keep you alive. I think a lot of people reasonably, if tragically, decide it's in their own interest to just end their life now. Let's say we're not talking about that. Let's say we're talking about someone who's perfectly healthy. He's not suffering from some painful illness, and he signs a contract with someone that says, I want you to kill me. Now, I don't know why anyone would do this, so maybe it seems like a silly case to consider. But maybe it's still worth considering, just if nothing else, as a test on our principle or the principle. If you don't hold it, whether or not you hold it, you can still test it against this principle of you can do as you choose as long as you're not initiating force, as long as you're consenting to something. Now, I just thought of the case of insanity or mental unsoundness as another kind of limitation that the law might reasonably place on the ability to form a valid contract. So just as with children is one kind of limitation on contracts, they can't be held to be involved in valid contracts. But also insane people or mentally unsound people. And you might think that someone who signs a contract, someone who's perfectly healthy and signs a contract for another person to just kill him is not mentally sound. And so maybe we can disqualify the contract on those grounds because no sane person would agree to this. I see Robert has says, no, 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 no. This is rationalism on steroids. Okay. Well, if it is that, then I hope you can make clear how it is that. So maybe so I've struggled in thinking about some of these issues. And I think you've been here in some previous live streams when I've discussed some of these. And I don't have all the answers, but if you have a better, more clear way to think about these cases than I do, then I invite you to chime in and enlighten me. So there are other cases besides just being a child, which I think can render certain contracts invalid. So maybe I should start a list here on a Google Doc so I can share it on the screen, and then I'll come back to and read some more of these chats. Godspeed is also here. Hello. Yeah, let me get a Google Doc started, and then I will come back and engage with these chats that are coming in. But I think it'll help to keep track of things if I create a Google Doc. So let me pull up my notes. I use the same file every time. I just need to add a new date here. Today is December 18th. Okay. So I'm going to, I'll title this, what sorts of contracts should be invalid and why? And actually, before that, let me say some of the preliminary things, the context of that gives rise to contracts. I can put it as contracts are meant to help with the implementation of individual rights. So they help safeguard your rights by making very clear, putting things in objective terms, in black and white, um, in a permanent sort of form rather than just saying verbally, having a verbal agreement to something, and people might forget exactly what was said, what the terms are. If you create a contract, then it becomes more objective, and then everyone is on the same page about what exactly are we agreeing to here. And, and let me also put as part of the preliminary context that rights are ways of implementing egoism. So they're ways of securing what's best for yourself. And that's actually why uh, it's okay to hold the rights of a child in trust because they don't know what's best for themselves. Um, they have to learn that over a number of years. But we want them to do what's best for themselves, and that's why we don't give them full power over their actions when they are minors. At least that's how I think about it. And so also, um, I'm gonna, I guess I'll make a bullet list here of a few cases where contracts should be regarded as invalid. So I'll say in contracts with minors and contracts with the insane or mentally unsound. Maybe I can also add at the end of life, like if you are a very elderly person and you're suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, sometimes your rights can revert to some other person, maybe a child or a spouse. But I guess that comes under that's a sub case of maybe we can have some sub cases here. So you can be unsound because you're insane, or because you are you have some disease like Alzheimer's, like end of life, or I could put it as maybe elderly related diseases like Alzheimer's or dementia. Okay, now maybe there are some other cases as well of contracts that should not be regarded as valid. And again, the reason for not recognizing contracts in these sorts of cases with minors, mentally unsound people, is because we think that, or because I think um, that it's not actually in their interest to have full control and to be able to make any contracts they want. So I think the reason for limiting their ability to make contracts is for their own well-being. Okay, but let me come back to the chat and see what's been said. Okay, so Robert, I got up to the one at 1:44 p.m. Pacific. Robert says, if someone who's usually functional while medicated is having a manic episode and is trying to kill themselves, should we not interfere with that? Ah, you're now considering just such a case, but do answer it. Jason says, we're setting the stage for the discussion in fairness. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of stage setting, and there's some cases I just don't have the answer to. That's why I'm talking about this. I want to understand this issue better. But uh, this comment that I read from Robert first about if someone who's usually functional while medicated is having a manic episode and is trying to kill themselves, should we not interfere with that? That reminded me of another issue I thought of recently, which I'm going to add to my document here. So I was thinking with the case of sex changes, I did a Facebook post on this as well as on X, and I got some replies, including from Jason. Maybe I'll go to that at some point. But in that sort of case, I was thinking that maybe we should differentiate on maybe it's not that in all cases of someone wanting a sex change, it should be allowed as a valid contract, or in no cases. But we could say in some cases. And what are the some cases? Well, at least partly it would be one of the necessary conditions I was thinking might be that someone has a serious interest in this, and this could be determined by, for instance, how long they have wanted it, whether they've gone through therapy, how long their therapy has been, whether they're on hormones. Is this something that they've been wanting since they were a small child? As opposed to it's just a whim. I just decided this morning, right? Someone decides this morning they want to have a sex change, right? You might say, well, you're probably not acting in your self-interest if you're just doing this on a whim. But if this has been an issue for you for many, many years and you've been taking lots of actions related to this, such as hormone therapy and dressing a certain way, looking a certain way, so this has been part of your identity for a long time. then maybe in those sorts of cases, it should be allowed, or at least it's more plausible that it should be allowed because it's more plausible that someone is doing something that's in their self-interest than if it's just someone who is doing this on a whim because they decided yesterday or this morning that they want to have a sex change. So let me add that. Um, so I'll say contracts based on whim as opposed to a long-term interest in something. Now, the something, I leave that stated generically because it's not just a sex change. There could be many other examples. Like in the last live stream when I talked about this, I mentioned this case of a woman who chose to be blinded, and there was a video about 6 minutes. I included a link to that in my stream, and she talks about how since she was a child, she has wanted to be blind, and she used to stare at the sun as a girl for hours. And this is not just something on a whim that she decided yesterday she wanted to do. It's been with her for a long time. So you might think, well, in that case, it would be a legitimate contract for her to sign with a surgeon, or actually, it was a psychologist who did this. So uh, the way she was blinded was some drain cleaner was put in her eyes. I don't know if it was in an eyedropper, but I think it was the psychologist she was working with. He put drops of drain cleaner in her eyes, and that's how she was blinded. And she was actually upset at first when it didn't seem to work. She says she woke up the next morning and she was able to see the television, and then she was upset about that. But then after a few months went by, the vision totally went away, and then I guess she felt happier after that. So this is another sort of contract, and I put a question mark here because um, I'm not sure about this, but it's just something that maybe um, would be a reason to void a contract. And some of this might have already been settled in the law, like cases of minors. I mean, this is common knowledge, right? This is not something that was original to me. And so maybe there are many other sorts of cases. I actually looked up what sorts of things make contracts invalid, and there were, I think I saw a list of 4 or 5 sorts of cases, and I think both of these were among them. But this one, contracts based on whim, I don't recall seeing. Maybe I should do a Google search to remind myself on what were the sorts of invalid contracts. But just as a counter example, and then I think I'm going to come back to the chat, see what new comments there are. As a counter example to this one, or a reason to think that maybe contracts not based on whim shouldn't be enforced, I was thinking, well, what if you go into a casino and gamble away your life savings? Like let's say you've saved up $300,000 and you go into a casino one night irrationally and you gamble it all away. Now, I think there's a implicit contract at least when you go into a casino. You know what the rules are, and I don't think you can, or it's not clear to me that you should be able to go to court and say, "Oh, I was acting irrationally. I was acting on a whim when I gambled away my life savings. So can I get the money back from the casino?" Uh, that seems dubious to me. And if that is, if it's right that you can't just say, well, it's not valid because I did it on a whim, you still have to suffer the consequences. Well, then that would undercut this idea that, well, at least raises questions about whether it would be right to invalidate contracts based on whim when it comes to something like surgery. What if someone decides to have a sex change or have a limb removed or be blinded based on a whim? Why shouldn't we regard that as valid just as we regard losing your life savings due to acting on whim in a casino? Or if you think there is a difference, what is the difference? Why should one be valid and the other not? Okay, so I'm just going to put here to remind myself of the casino case. I'll say, what about gambling away your life savings in a casino on whim? Okay, let me come back to the chat. Thanks for your participation. I see we got several from Jason here, Robert, some from Godspeed. Okay, all right. So I was up to the I was up to Godspeed's comments where he says generally people have a right to die, be unhappy, or suffer so long as they don't spread that suffering or attempt to deprive others of life. And I say, Jason says, I say we sense, oh, there's a typo there somewhere. I wrote about it on Facebook on Dan's page. Yeah, maybe I'll go there eventually. And then Robert says the answers are to be found in actual cases and history, in the facts of reality, in precedent and case law, in context keeping. Your right to act freely is not a primary. Yeah, that relates to the point about children, for example. The primary is self-interest, and we aid self-interest by not allowing children to act freely. So the reason we have rights is to protect one's self-interest. So if they're not yet of an age to know what their interest consists in, then we don't give them rights yet. So yeah, rights is not the primary. It's not hierarchically as fundamental as the issue of self-interest. Godspeed says you have a right to be a Grinch, a curmudgeon, and end it all and call it quits, so long as you don't aggress against others. So suicide would be an example of that. Call it quits if that's what you mean. Yes, you can always commit suicide. The sorts of cases I'm talking about, however, involve somebody else. So should you be able to contract with someone else to help you commit suicide if you're not at end of life and suffering from some debilitating illness? The case I'm more curious about is what about if you're perfectly healthy? Now that person could take his own life, right? He could jump off a bridge. Um, but should he be able to contract with someone else to kill him, have someone else kill him? And he signs his name and says, "It is, I give you permission to kill me." Should that be a valid contract? You can't stop anyone from doing whatever they want to themselves, but you could pass a law that stops other people, or at least penalizes other people, if they aid someone else in taking their own life. So law has to be enforceable in some way, and you can't stop someone from killing themselves. And once they're killed, there's no penalty, right? You can't penalize them anymore, but you could penalize someone else who helped someone kill themselves. So it wouldn't be a valid law to say suicide is impermissible, but maybe I would at least entertain it's a valid law to say you can't contract with someone else to kill you if you're perfectly healthy. Now, and when I say perfectly healthy, I mean physically perfectly healthy. You might think, well, you can't be mentally perfectly healthy if you contract with someone to kill you. There has to be something mentally going wrong. So, um, I guess that's should you be able to contract with someone to help you commit suicide if you are mentally unhealthy? I mean, that's a slightly different case than the ones I have on my list. I think I'm going to add that to as a case to consider. What about contracts to commit suicide due to mental unhealth? Should those be valid where someone helps you commit suicide due to mental health? Or should you just have to commit suicide yourself, and you can't rely on anyone to help you? Okay. Okay. Robert says, pardon my tone. I've seen whole channels wiped out by "is it rational to eat babies" discussions, wholly disconnected from not just reality, but civility. Some of you may know the history. Well, I'm having a philosophical discussion here of issues of rights. So I think it's a valid topic to discuss. And I'm not aware that YouTube will penalize me for having such a philosophical discussion. I'm trying to understand the truth here. If it does have such a policy, I mean, if it does prohibit me from discussing a topic like this, it seems to me to be a bad policy. Um, I don't know if I want to discuss this particular example you gave uh, about babies, but at least what I'm discussing, I think I think these are valid topics. And I've seen differences in opinion on my channel. So I did a poll a couple streams ago on the question of whether sex change operations should be legal. And I don't know if you voted in that poll, Robert, but there was a variety of answers. Some people voted yes, some people voted no, some people voted I don't know. So I think that indicates that there was just one sign that this is a topic worth discussing. And myself, I would put myself in the I don't know category. I'm actually not sure about that. And that's a real issue that many people face. I don't know how many operations there are per year. I don't know if it's in the hundreds or the thousands, but many people face this issue. So it's relevant to actual people's lives. And I think I think it's worth discussing, and it will improve my understanding, hopefully other people's understanding, by discussing it. At least I could certainly use more clarity on it. And I guess some other people could, because we can't all be right, right? If some people are saying yes, it should be legal, some people are saying no. We can't both be right. So I think many people could benefit from having a better understanding of this issue. Okay. Oh, evolutionary capitalism. Capitalist is here. Hello. Let's see. Where did I leave off? And we could talk about other topics too, but I wanted to start us off with something because there weren't any other topics raised yet in the chat. And this one was on my mind recently, and Jason had been discussing it as well with me on Facebook some. Godspeed says that's why children have parents to hold their rights in trust, help them do what's in their interest. Maybe I should share the chat on screen since I'm mostly looking at that right now. Yeah, let me do that. Okay. But I don't want my channel wiped out, so I do appreciate you giving me warning or urging some caution. If you think I'm doing something that's going to get my channel wiped out, then I would want to know about it because I certainly don't want that to happen. But I don't think I'm doing that. And I guess there could be, like, if I have to just not discuss some channels or some topics in order to keep my channel, and I think they're perfectly valid topics. I don't know. Maybe I would just rather find another platform where I can discuss them than have to censor myself in that sort of way. Okay, so I was up to this one from Jason. As a political entity, courts have to respect individual rights. People having a contract gives them access to the court as well as a gift is also a form of legal contract to gift. I want to check something here in my analytics. Okay. Thanks for the likes on the stream, by the way. All right. I have to read that again by Jason. I was a little distracted when I first read that. As a political entity, courts have to respect individual rights. People having a contract gives them access to the court as well as a gift is also a form of a legal contract to gift. Okay. The previous discussion seriously entertaining, this is Robert, seriously entertaining the idea that moral politicians are morally obligated to lie, cheat to the extent of having their opposition locked up was just such a conversation. Oh, okay. So that's what Robert had in mind, or at least one of the things he had in mind as a topic that might be verboten, forbidden on YouTube. That was with Leighton Preon. He came on. He called in to discuss that. Um, I don't know if that's a well. Okay, so there's a question of whether that's a whether that sorts of discussion should be whether that's a good policy for YouTube to have, and then whether that's actually their policy. I don't know. Um, so we can set aside what YouTube thinks about that. I'm curious what you think about that. First of all, like, do you think that's not a discussion that should be had independent of what YouTube thinks about it? And then secondarily, after, um, aside from what you think, then there's just the factual question of whether that's something that YouTube is okay with. So Preon's view, Leighton Preon, he was he was arguing that if some politician is violating rights, like AOC, by promoting, I guess it's a question as to whether she's violating rights by doing this, by promoting certain policies like minimum wage or Medicare for all. And I think these policies do violate rights. They do involve initiating force against people. But whether simply voting for or promoting such a policy as a politician, whether that, as opposed to the implementing the policy itself, violates rights, that's what I was hesitating about a few seconds ago. If you just vote for such a policy or promote it, campaign for it, maybe that's not a violation of rights. But once the policy is actually implemented and you've got to start paying those Medicare for all taxes or hiring people according to the minimum wage guidelines, then that maybe that's the point when rights start to be violated. But anyways, Leighton Preon, who sometimes is in my chat and sometimes has called in, he was arguing that it's justified. Well, he would couch this by saying hypothetically, maybe he would do that to um, be safe in saying what he's saying. Hypothetically, if so, some politician were to endorse policies that violate rights, then it would be appropriate or it would be morally justified to defame them and try to get them locked up in order to stop them from violating rights. And I'm not sure that's should be regarded as beyond the bounds of discussion, if that's what Robert is saying. Um, I think I did say during somewhere during that conversation, I was contrasting the case of living in a totalitarian dictatorship, like under Hitler or Stalin, and saying, well, maybe in that case, it would be reasonable to try to get your political opposition jailed because it's a much more dire, extreme sort of case. And there's no way to fight back other than physically. But today we still have free speech, at least a large measure of free speech. So I think when that's possible, when it's possible to fight back intellectually, it's best to do that rather than resort to force or or defamation, for instance, to get your political opponents jailed. Um, okay, well, maybe I'll say more about that, but I do want to see more of what's been said here in the chat. But thanks for mentioning that that was the source of your concern, Robert, that sort of conversation. Okay, I was up to this one. Okay, so what is to be done with the mentally incompetent? What is to be done with people who'd try to sell themselves into slavery or have their body mutilated? Well, there are institutions, mental institutions. So maybe depending on the severity of the case, if if someone is a danger to others because he or she is mentally incompetent, then maybe that person should be put in a mental institution. But if they're not, if they have some kind of mental incompetency that doesn't make them a danger to others, then maybe they don't have to be institutionalized, but maybe they need some kind of supervision. Maybe people with Down syndrome are like that. Like they don't have to be institutionalized, but they do need some kind of other person around to help them out. What is to be done with people who'd try to sell themselves into slavery or have their body mutilated? I haven't thought about what should be done. I'm also not sure what your view is with these sorts of cases, if you have one. I mean, I don't know if you have one. Like, what do you think should be done with people who are mentally incompetent, or I don't know if anyone has tried to sell themselves into slavery. There are people who have sold themselves into indentured servitude. That's something I've been reading about recently, indentured servitude, and but that's time limited. It's I think the contracts usually were for some number of years, like 3 to 7 years, I think was the most common sorts of contract. And I'm not sure that that's actually another topic I thought I might discuss today, whether indentured servitude should be legal. I, I raised that on an objectivist forum, Harry Benswanger's forum once, and there was a little discussion of that there, but I'd still like to understand it better. Um, but if someone sells themselves into slavery, well, is it even, should it be called slavery? That's one thing I wonder about. If they voluntarily consent to it, then I'm not sure it's right to call it slavery. My understanding of slavery is that it's involuntary. So, for instance, historically, Africans, to give one example of slavery, they're captured against their will, they're put in chains, and then they're sold to European masters. They're not consenting to this, so they didn't sell themselves into slavery. Other people captured them and then sold them into slavery. So if you sell yourself into slavery, does that even make sense? Is that a contradiction in terms? If what you mean by that is someone voluntarily made themselves someone else's servant for life, that's also a distinction. I think I mentioned that briefly between a distinction between indentured servitude and slavery. Slavery was for life, although some people decided to free their slaves, manumission, before there was before they were all set free by the Emancipation Proclamation or the abolition of slavery with the 13th Amendment to the Constitution. I think before that, sometimes masters would free their slaves, but if someone has sold themselves into slavery, then I'm not sure that should be, I'm not sure that's coherent. Why not just call that lifelong indentured servitude or lifelong servant service, since it's not coerced? At least if I'm understanding what you're saying there. I'm not sure that I would call that slavery. I would call that maybe just a very bad contract, an irrational lifelong contract, but they weren't forcibly put into that position. Um, okay, where was I? Um, oh, you also mentioned have their body mutilated, and this is also with the cooperation of someone else. Um, I'm not sure what you mean by that. There are cases of self-harm, unfortunately, and I mean you can't stop that. So I think the relevant sorts of cases to consider here, as I mentioned before, are cases where people are acting jointly, cooperatively with someone else. They're not just doing something on their own, which you can't really do anything about. Well, I guess I mean you could penalize someone for engaging in self-harm because they're still alive, right? If they just cut themselves, but if they in their whole lives, right? If they go to the extent of suicide, then you can't penalize them. So I guess it's not exactly the same sort of case. You could have laws that penalize people for non-life-ending self-harm. Whether it would be rational to do that is another question, but it would at least be possible to have laws that do that. Oh, I see Jason just asked if he can call in. He will speak before the school board today in 3 hours. Yeah, yeah, you can call in. I'd be interested to hear about that, what you're going to speak before the school board about. Okay. At the rate I'm going, um, it's going to be a while to get through all these chats, but maybe I can get through them more quickly. Let me read through some of these maybe faster while Jason is calling in. Let's see, here's one from Jason that says contract with minor or elderly fit under some specific category where someone else contracts on their behalf. Yeah. There are cases of undue influence. I've heard that term also um, applied to the elderly. Sometimes they're susceptible to undue influence. I don't know that it has to be just the elderly, but that's at least one sort of case where you might think there's undue influence, like maybe they're in a nursing home or they're sick or something, and then somehow someone, maybe a scammer, tries to take advantage of them. Then Jason says, not contracting by law because of, say, the goods are nuclear or dangerous, or because someone is bankrupt and not allowed for time, or cannot contract for a gun because they are criminal is another. Okay. So that's maybe another sort of invalid contract, contract with a criminal for a gun. Sex change is an objective transformation done in good faith to try and pursue their happiness, and a contract for it is of the nature of a typical plastic surgery type contract. Well, I don't know if it's always done in good faith. I think maybe I at least question that. Like I think sometimes it might be done in a whimsical sort of way. Maybe that's too putting it too strongly, but too readily done. Like I've heard of cases where people, they go in to talk to some, I don't know if it's a psychologist or counselor or what, but they need to get approval, some kind of approval in order to have the surgery done. And it seems like the person granting the approval hardly knows the person at all, but they just sign off on it like after knowing the person for a few days or a week or something, as opposed to having known the person for years, or at least known that they've been talking to some other person, maybe some other psychologist for years about this. So I'm not sure that it's always done in the right sort of way, and that someone is making enough of an effort to show that this is really in their interest and really going to conduce to their happiness. And also, I don't think there is a difference between sex change operations and just all other types of plastic surgery, in that I think you can destroy your ability to experience sexual pleasure through a sex change operation, which is not the case if you're just getting lip filler or like a breast augmentation or something. And sexual pleasure, that's the most intense kind of pleasure you can experience. And so you're really losing something. I don't know if it entirely goes away, but I would think that your ability to have that sort of pleasure is at least drastically diminished if you have a sex change operation. At least like bottom surgery, and there's top surgery and bottom surgery. If you have that bottom surgery, you lose a very valuable capacity, and that's not the case with other types of plastic surgery. So, okay, so I got up to 1:56 p.m. my time. So I want to take Jason's call, but I want to remember that's where I left off. Let me just put a note in my Google Doc so I don't forget. See, we got 10 people here now. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the likes. All right, now you need to make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. And um, I don't know if Jason wants to do video, but he looks like he can start his video. Yeah, I'll leave the you can control your own audio and video. That's how I'll set it up. So you should be able to unmute yourself and start your own video if you want. Okay, I just admitted you. Hello. I can see you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, but just hold on a second because I want to put in my AirPod. I forgot I didn't have my AirPod in.
No worries.
Okay, I think I'm connected. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Um, I was talking before, what I'd written was about categories so that we would have some categories like you had written. And I think it's might be useful if we go back to your notes that we say there's who can do a contract. Well, in the case of the children or the case of the mentally unable, you have somebody appointed to that. So that fits a certain type of category. And then there's maybe other types, like it goes above that, I guess, at least the first two. This is how I'm kind of trying to approach it. Um, and I know I mentioned the school board. I'm not going to leave that briefly, just so we don't have that in suspense. Maybe if you want to take a break, I can speak for 3 minutes. I'll give the speech I'm going to give today. They give you 3 minutes to go before the school board. It's going to be a very neutral message where I just mentioned the essay contests and the free books program. It's kind of my timing, which I hope to make an impact. They just finished a strike. So who's this Ayn Rand guy coming down promoting her books? I do some history in the district who's won, and but that's the plan to go there, get my 3 minutes to talk to the district. And I've been practicing, so I want this. I want it to go good, like a karaoke song
Hmm.
almost. So, but
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, so Jason is in the state of Washington
uh,
and you're going to talk before some school district
yeah,
board and mention the Ayn Rand Institute's essay contest and
correct.
free books to teachers program to them. Okay, interesting. Yeah, yeah. We can do that at some point. Maybe I don't know how long you have here, but yeah, I guess I can. Well, maybe we should, since we have some momentum with this topic on
Yeah,
contracts, we can talk about that some, and then later on you can do your
read.
3 minute speech.
Thanks. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know, just to lead from my position, I think it's it's enough that the court the court has to respect individual rights. The court has to do respectable contracts. There's certain things in those contracts that yeah, like you're listening, you can't have a contract for some reason or another. I also want to point out that, if we ever try to implement capitalism or objectivism, there's going to be a lot of history in the way, and these will be the weeds that it might be some silly rule, and you can only do a contract for 20 months, but everything else culturally is capitalist, and the courts are working to define things, and we're trying to put things into place. These cases here with cutting off arms, blinding eyes are freakish to me. They're something you can do to yourself, but I don't see a court recognizing any sort of contract for that. I also point out that we should clarify gifts because a gift is kind of a contract. Am I going to gift you an arm cut? I mean, I'm gifting you a guillotine or something like that. But, if I don't do what I promised to, unlike another type of gift, uh, you don't go to court on that. It's like it's some kind of special gift where you have no recourse. I don't know. I'm trying to think about how it fits to freaks who want to do this and want to be validated by a court because generally you just go off and do it and nobody knows the better. People who want to do freakish things like this are wanting to be, look at me. Now, in the case of sex change, even like female circumcision, I wrote. I mean, that's a horrible, horrific thing, but imagine an adult wanting to do that and they do it for religious reasons. They want to give it up. That's a tough one. I don't know.
So, so
Yeah, go ahead.
if I understand your position, it's that I think you said in my Facebook post, your reply to it, that you think sex changes should be allowed, that you should be, those are valid contracts, but you don't think the case of this woman who wanted to be blinded, you do not think that was a valid contract. Is that correct?
The woman wanting to be blinded is committing a crime, or the person doing it to is committing a crime, and there's a order of whether you can have a contract for a crime. So yeah, I think that would be a crime. Perfectly good eyes,
So
you know.
why do you think it's a crime? Because of laws that are on the books, or are you saying it should be considered a crime, regardless of what the law currently says?
I think it's kind of a crime that you don't want to spend too much time enforcing. And if you do enforce it, that's a question. Can the government just designate you as weird? I always, the government designates you as crazy just because you're doing crazy things. It's not really a penalty, but you know that that's the case. The government could designate you as not paying the voluntary fees at once and maybe hinting to Walmart you don't shop there. So maybe government does put something out there that you're just strange. Now, tell me your question again, though. That they
Should the case of a person who wants to be blinded,
no,
should that person be able to sign a contract with someone to blind her?
no. I mean, no.
No?
I don't think you should be able to do that because that contract doesn't defend individual rights, and maybe she can give it to you as a special kind of gift if you want
Okay,
something.
let's
You're not going to the courts on this.
let's pause on that. Shouldn't be able, I'm typing this out here for my notes so I can keep track. Shouldn't be able to sign a contract to be blinded. Just for anyone who's listening to this, if you're not familiar with this case, I'm going to just put on screen here a link to the so you can actually see what I'm talking about. I didn't just make this up. This is not just a hypothetical case. Um, okay, here's the YouTube video. Maybe you can, well, I guess you can watch this
Yeah, put
on your own time, but let me at least share the screen so, and I also share the link in the chat. Okay. Okay. There she is. So here's the title of the video. I made myself blind living with BIID, which stands for bodily or body integrity identity disorder, something like that.
no.
Or body integrity identity disorder. Yeah. Um, and she says she had a sympathetic psychologist pour drain cleaner into her eyes. As a young child, she would spend hours staring at the sun in a bid to damage her eyes. So you can read about this case. So Jason, you're saying that you think she should not have been able to sign a contract with a psychologist to do this. However, you do think people should be able to sign contracts with surgeons to have sex changes. But you did say one thing about you said it doesn't help protect individual rights.
Yeah, if her rights aren't being protected there. Yeah, that's something a court has to look at. Yeah, it has to protect individual rights, or it seriously can't do things like blind you to it can be the result of it. It's not an objective transformation of what you're engaging in. Again, if she wants to go do that, I don't know that she should be prosecuted. She obviously didn't go sue and say it wasn't done right. And if she would go and say, "Oh, you didn't blind him right," what the court going to say? It's going to say you're doing. I mean, even in objectivism here, I'm saying it's you're doing stuff like that, or it's not normal or criminal or contractable. And say you're guilty of anything. Maybe that's
I'm not sure why it would be why it's not protecting individual rights because if we think of individual rights as being able to act as you choose in order to pursue your self-interest. And this woman chooses, she would rather live a life of blindness, that this makes her feel better. She feels disappointed that she can't be blind.
Yeah.
And when the surgery or the when dropping the drain cleaner in her eyes didn't seem to work, she was upset about this. And this is a condition that's been going on for years.
I'm just going to argue she wasn't able to act. I mean, you could say it's mental state or it's not acting in accordance with any yeah, but, anything. You still got to wonder who's going to do this and why they want to involve another person and what that other person's, should be judged, just at least even not criminally, but put a label on for doing things like this and saying that there's such a disease. And now we'll go to the sex change where people have it, they seem to be happy. They don't want to have sex. Priests don't have sex. They say, it's not. I'm not saying it's because it's normal, but it's something you're transforming into something, and the contracts can do that, and you know how you're going to feel pleasure or how people feel pleasure. I'd say there's no pleasure in being blind, even if you think so. I mean, it's almost as if the courts are saying you don't know what you're talking about because you want to blind yourself. I don't want to hear it, and it's like go somewhere and
Well, I would question that. Like, what position is the court to say that? Like, if this woman says she experiences pleasure
mhm.
from or
Yeah,
satisfaction from being blinded, like who is anyone to say no, that's not how you feel? I mean, I think she says she has a disorder and she recognizes this is not normal and that most people would not feel pleasure from being blinded, but she's a very unusual case.
they should say,
And
yeah, they should say that
it
penalty's $1 or something, and that you're not normal. It's like,
penalize people for not being normal.
well, I mean, no, penalize them for not being able to act in a way that a court needs them to, which is going to blind yourself or cutting off your arms. I mean, and then expecting, I don't know what, when it doesn't go right or not. You're okay. In this case, it went great, and you want to, give a bonus for doing such a good job. I don't know, but it's not. It fits doesn't fit any objective transformation. Now, I think, and I pointed out on your Facebook, okay, what if bionics happen and bionics go wrong? Well, you have the same result, but at least they acted in good faith to give you bionics. That, you're trying that the contract could be valid. You're trying to get bionics. It didn't take, but
I'm curious to do a poll on the chat here. The last time this topic came up, I did a poll on the sex change, and I think the results were 7 people said no, that should not be legal to contract with someone to have a sex change operation, and 3 said yes, it should be legal, and then 1 said I don't know. But I didn't ask about this blinding case, and I'm curious to see what people think about that. So I'm gonna do a poll here. Um, oh, Robert is back. Okay, I'll look at your chats in a minute. I just want to do a poll here first.
I'll read
Okay.
Roberts actually if you want, because he,
Well, yeah, you read it silently because I don't want to read it out loud yet.
all right.
But um, okay, I guess I'll share this on screen while I'm creating the poll. Okay, so now the chat is visible again. And I'm going to start a poll that says, should it be legal to contract with someone to be blinded?
Good eyes. Mentioned that the eyes have to be good.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can put that in. Should it be legal for a person with healthy eyes to contract with someone to be blinded?
Yeah, the end state is to be blinded. It's not you're
Yeah.
doing something else like changing the colors to a devil weird thing and then you get blinded. No, that's what you're trying to do. But here's the end result is to be blinded. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to add a couple options. We got yes, no, and then I'm going to add I don't know. And I'll also add an option that says it depends. So you might think, well, maybe in some cases, um, it should be okay to contract, in other cases not. Assuming we're talking about adults here. Um,
Yep.
okay. So,
Adults who aren't bankrupt, because if you're bankrupt, you shouldn't be getting in any contract for 7 years, maybe. I mean, it depends how you finance it. You have to pay cash only. I mean, you get into all these things why you can't contract, and they're perfectly in protection of individual rights, so but there's certain weird things. And sex change may seem weird, you know. You should also, I have to ask too, because if you heard about peacock and circumcision, saying that that should only be for adults, plenty of people are
yeah.
circumcised who aren't adults. That's another one if you want for another show, maybe. But
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Okay, so the question is in the chat now. So if you want to vote on it, you can all vote. Okay, so I wanted to look at Robert's chats. He just put in some at the end here. He says the point we've established by examining the cases of children and the mentally incompetent is this: individual rights isn't just a matter of you should be able to do anything you want so long as you don't violate anyone else's rights. This is why libertarian arguments and libertarians in general fail, because they don't take into account that individual rights rests on individualism, and even more importantly, individualism rests on reason, an adult functioning reasoning mind. Okay. So we share a similar framework. I think the purpose of rights is uh, to enable an individual to achieve his own well-being, his own happiness. So it has an egoistic purpose. And I haven't said anything about reason underlying that. You get into the issue of reason as well here. The way you achieve your self-interest, your well-being, is by exercising your reason, your rational minds. But it is the case that we don't think people who act irrationally shouldn't be able to do that. Uh, at least in every case, like some irrationalities, like initiating force, that is where we draw the line in the law, or at least that's the principle that the objectivist politics uses to say what should and shouldn't be illegal among the irrational things. Force and fraud, that's outlawed, but people can do irrational things. And that should be legal. So I'm trying to get clear on some cases where um, someone is not initiating force, and maybe it is irrational, or maybe not. Like I don't know what condition BIID, for example, someone might have
it
and
should be
has had since
rejected.
childhood, which maybe they there's no way for them to get rid of. She's seen a psychotherapist, and there's just no cure. Should someone like that be able to sign a contract? Maybe it is rational for someone in this very rare sort of case to be able to sign a contract to be blinded, and maybe many more people than that are in a position where it's rational to get a sex change, which is still a rare position, not as rare as the one where someone wants to be blinded, but still rare. So I'm curious what you think, if you want to say, like, what do you think about? I don't know if you voted or expressed your opinion on the sex change, but I can agree on an abstract, general sort of level with you here, but I don't think it's obvious from agreement with the fact that people have rights and that those rights are based on an egoistic foundation, and more deeply than that, that they are they rest on reason in some way. I can agree to all that, but it doesn't obviously follow from all that, to me at least, what is the right sort of position to have in some of these cases. And I wonder what you think about some of these cases, like the sex change case, the blinding case, and then and we can talk about those if you want. Um,
All right, am I muted? Or are you talking to him? You there?
no, no, I haven't muted. I can hear you. I was
Okay, no, I
just,
didn't want to interrupt. I know you're addressing Robert.
yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
no, no, I just don't think that kind of disorder should be, I guess, in that specific case, recognized by the courts. It's not a thing, and if it is a thing, that's not the solution. Especially the case of blinding. Now that I think about it, you could sew your eyes shut temporarily and see how it worked, but it's not working for this person. Uh, I mean, it's not a good position to be in, and really not like your eyes and fingers and things, but. I just think it's possible for an objectivist government not to give it moral sanction, not allow it to be in the courts or something that you're going to have to deal with kind of outside the law. And I've tried to float a couple of ways where people could do that. It'd be like, what's the penalty? I mean, you're just being labeled as an eye loser, a perfectly good eye loser. I don't, and paying a small fine for the crime of blinding yourself. We know, and we're not sanctioning a bizarre disorder. But
I don't see the difference between the blinding case and the sex change
yeah,
case.
I have a friend. She went to be more identified as a man, and she lost her breasts. And people lose their breasts all the time. I know you're going to get down to downstairs here, but people get larger breasts. Angelina Jolie, I think, had a mastectomy just because the statistics were such that she had a high probability of getting cancer. So she chose to have it and put plastic there. Now I get that that kind of might make sense because you have plastic, but when you get down to the parts downstairs and where the pleasure that most people like to have, for them the pleasure's coming somewhere else, and this has consequences. You're not going to probably get it back ever, but it does. I can't put the right words on it. It's more definable. It's a thing. It's done in good faith to get you to something that's rights protecting, as opposed to you're not acting in the first place right if you don't have all your fingers when you could. You're not. You're just not acting. You use the word act in any case. Act to keep a value. How can you when you don't have want to see whether you're crazy or need to be happy? It's irrelevant for the courts. I mean, I say find some place to go. Yeah, so that's about all I can say. I think bionics is interesting. I think circumcision, adults, children, female circumcision could be interesting topics, but I don't have a direct answer. But I
Okay. All right. Well, uh, I don't know if we should go to your speech now. If you said what you got on
yeah,
this topic already.
yeah, I
Um,
think on this topic, just that maybe on your categories, you want to kind of have different kind of categories, a little bit different, where you talk about the ins and outs of the contract. I know you say who can contract, but you want to say what kind of contract, cases where somebody's making that contract for you, something where there's like a perpetual date and you can't. I'm just trying to think of reasons, but maybe some more of a grid on your contracts. I'll on your not contracts, your list of minors, bankrupt. I mean, these are real things where you can't do certain kinds of contracts. Felon can't get a gun. So we're going to try and find different classes for these, and maybe that'll help us clear it.
okay. So maybe I'm just taking a note here. Maybe add granularity
Yeah.
to list of invalid contracts. For example, felons, minors. Well, I do have the one about minors. Um,
Yeah. I mean,
I think you mentioned time length. I think that was.
Yeah, felon probably is just for getting a gun. So that's, and guns are already to get a contract for a gun. I'm open to the idea that it's something different. I- I'm open to the idea that casino is something different too. And even I'm going to use the word regulated, premeditated. What is it? You want it regulated, as opposed to like after the fact you can prove a case. This is like we're going to assume that some commission probably should be private would make sure that the odds are right on the game, that the uh, rules are played properly. Because maybe I don't know, but it should be. I mentioned that in the above. You don't have to really read my stuff. I think I covered it all. So I know you're at 156, but so yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your thoughts on that. Do you want to do the speech now?
Yeah, am I standing? Am I in the view? I guess I have to sit. I'm looking at the monitor. All right. I'll read it. I gotta practice my voice.
Okay, so just for everyone who is joining now, to set this up, Jason is going to be giving a speech in front of a school board in state of Washington soon, and he's going to mention the Ayn Rand Institute's Free Books to Teachers program and their essay contests. So he's going to practice his speech here, the 3 minute speech. All
Yep,
right.
3 minute speech. It's in Washington. We're in Grant County. It's District 13161 for context. And yeah, I'll just read the speech. I think a lot of it's a juxtaposition too, because they just came out of a strike. So, all right. Here we go. I got a timer. Good evening. I'm Jason Adams, part-time resident of Moses Lake, where I inherited a house when my mother passed in 2021. I want to thank District 161 for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to talk about free classic novels by Ayn Rand, a program that gives free copies of her thought-provoking works to teachers and students. I'll also mention, remind, and encourage the annual Ayn Rand essay contest, which gives students a chance to engage with her work and be recognized nationally. I should be clear, I'm not employed or affiliated with the operations of ARI, except for following their content online, donating when I can, attending conferences, and trying to make a positive impact on the culture. ARI, the Ayn Rand Institute, runs AynRand.org and related websites and is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. The free novels for teachers can be found at AynRand.org/free novels, and the annual essay contest, along with free ebooks for students, is at AynRand.org/students. Quick history of search results when Googling Ayn Rand Moses Lake schools. 1993 Education Week published its extra credit page. It included a Moses Lake contract for a State Potato Commission educational kit on multicultural history. Later on the same page, an unrelated item lists the deadlines for that year's Ayn Rand essay contest. Then another result, one student at Moses Lake High School, active in 4-H and FFA, class of 99, won third place in the Ayn Rand Anthem essay contest in 97. Finally, earlier this year, an obituary published in Columbia Basin Herald mentions a beloved Rotary Club member who passed in January. She graduated in 1965 from Moses Lake High School, where she'd read Atlas Shrugged, which was one of the most influential books in her life when she was young. So while some may be familiar with Miss Rand and or these programs, what I found about local interest was limited and somewhat sparse. A broader search shows other contenders in Washington, a finalist at Mount Rainier High School in 2020, and a semifinalist from Cheney High School in 2022. Brief recap, educators can request copies of 4 different novels: Anthem, The Fountainhead, We the Living, and Atlas Shrugged, with optional lesson plans and teaching guides. Students can request ebooks. Over the past 20 plus years, more than 5 million books have been distributed to US and Canadian classrooms. It is free, requires no obligation, and is designed to integrate into existing curricula if and where appropriate. As well, ARI sponsors annual student essay contests. First place receives $3,000 for an annual grand prize of $25,000 for an overall winner. The Anthem contest offers a $2,000 grand prize with additional awards for runners-up. The deadline for this season's Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged contest is January 31st, 2026, but future essay contests will follow. From what I understand, the 2024 results have not yet been declared. I have no official role. My interest is simply to keep her works in focus. I'm happy to be in touch if anyone needs help getting information to the right place. And happy holidays for 2024. Had someone already entered, and for current and future seasons, I commit an additional $1,000 personal gift to the educational savings account of a District 161 first place winner, and $500 for a second place, and $250 for a third place, and also a separate $250 to fund celebration events and promote exposure for anyone who qualifies as a semifinalist or better. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm Jason Adams, Facebook, LinkedIn, and some business cards. Hope that's about three
Okay.
minutes. And I didn't want to jab at anything. Maybe I'll go back because I thought about like if you need me as a political consultant so we can take up legislative matters because some of the problems they have, they can't do anything. It's a tough. There's no vouchers here. There's nothing. Anyway.
So what time do you give this speech tonight?
I will go to the meeting. I signed up. You get 3 minutes to speak at the meeting about things, and there's kind of rules not that they can interrupt you and not to address by name. I had names for those people, but I'm just going to leave the names out because they said not to mention that. And they'll call me. So it'll be at 6 local time. I'll start putting on a
Okay.
suit around 5:30, maybe look nice.
Okay.
Yeah, something to do.
So do you want any feedback or comments on that, or did you just want to
You
give
can
it?
give me feedback. I know that I'm reading kind of but I don't know how else to do it because I do get nervous. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know that I have much to give, but just one thing I
Yeah,
could say, and maybe even this is not something you would want to worry about, but just the pronunciation. Ein
yeah.
as opposed to Anne.
Ayn Rand. Yeah, Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
I know. It has to
Yeah.
go
So
up. Ayn, like the
if you've
German.
been in the habit of saying Anne for many years, it might be
Ayn.
too hard to break in the next 3 hours, but um, just
It,
that was one little thing.
it's a thing with
Um,
pronouncing. Yeah, I know. I mean, I lived over in Prague and lost a lot of ways to speak Ayn and yeah, German word for one is the best way to. Maybe I can rewrite
another way that you can remember it is Ein rhymes with mine. I
mine.
think she actually
Ayn.
might have been the person who said that as a memory aid,
Yeah,
and you could think of that as related to her egoism. She's about pursuing my own interests. So mine might seem a helpful way to remember what ein, how to pronounce ein.
yeah.
Um, I guess one other thing, it's just kind of a general, there was a lot of information packed in.
I know. I've
And
got
I mean, I guess there's pros and cons to doing that. So you might think that it's going to be hard to take that much information in. And if there's anything that you could cut out and maybe essentialize it down to fewer points, or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it's better to just keep it as it is. But that was just one thing I noticed. Like I was thinking, if I was hearing all this for the first time, it might be difficult to process that much information. Um,
yeah.
so, but anyways, that was
Uh,
just one thought. Um,
it's a fair point. I mean, if I'm reading and if I go off script, then I just meander. So I have to have a script. I have broken it down quite a bit, but yeah, I'm always looking. That is one line that I almost wanted to just practice to say. What was it? It included a Moses Lake contract for a state potato commission, an educational kit on multicultural history. Maybe I got to say it included a kit, but I like to mention the potato commission because we are the largest producers of the potatoes, even more than Idaho per county. So that's kind of our thing. But yeah, I'll think it through. I got a few minutes. All
okay.
right. Well, thanks for giving me a chance today, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, good luck with that. Hope it goes well.
All right. Talk to you next time. I'm going to close this. Hopefully, I close the right
Uh,
one.
okay.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. Uh, Let me come back to the chat. See what's going on there. Hello, Agosti. I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing well too. Do I have any more votes? Yes, there are 3 votes now on the poll in the chat. The question, should it be legal for a person with healthy eyes to contract with someone to be blinded? You've got 1 yes, 1 no, and 1 it depends. So I would be interested to hear the reasons for each of those. So if you think yes, why yes? If you think no, why no? If you think it depends, what does it depend on? So you can elaborate on your answer in the chat if you want, but the voting is just anonymous, so I don't know who's voting for what. Um, okay. All right, so I'm going to look at some more of these chats. I might need a break at some point, but I'm going to look at least a few more chats here now before I take a break. I just want to plug in my laptop here. It's getting low on battery. And feel free to raise other issues in the chat. I see Brinkwill just came in the chat and he says he joined the Zoom call. Okay, Brinkwill, I remember talking to Brinkwill before, but I can't remember. Um, I think you had another name also. Or I associate Brinkwill with some other name. Like sometimes, there's a YouTube name and then sometimes there's a different name on Zoom. I'm going to do a search in my notes to see. No, I don't see. Oh, I think I remember now. Were you the one I discussed individual rights? Well, you can remind me, but I have a vague memory now that we of what our conversation was about. Um, but you can make it less vague. I don't see your call though on. Oh yeah, there. Oh Noes. Yeah, that's right. That was the other name. OH_NOES. That was your other name that sometimes appeared on YouTube. Yeah, let me look that up in my notes. Okay, I guess I didn't get a notification outside of Zoom because I wasn't sharing my Zoom window at the time you called in. Oh yes, I see. I've got some notes here. All right, yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, I see we talked about other topics. It wasn't individual rights, at least in this call. It looks like you called in twice before. Okay. Well, anyways, I'm thinking maybe I do want to take a break before I go to a call. If I were just going to do a few more chats, then I would just do that. But if I'm going to do a call, then I think I might want to take a few minutes break. But I can let you in. I can take you in the Zoom room, and I'll just put you on mute and for now until after my break. Okay. So you are now admitted, but you're muted. I hope you can hang on for a few minutes. I want to take maybe 6 minute break, something like that. And then after the break, we can do a call. All right. So let me change my name here in Zoom to back in a few minutes. And then when I turn off my camera, that'll show up on screen. And I will also put that in the chat. So anyone who comes by during the break, they will know what's going on. Hi, Florida Nick is here. Hello. Oh yeah, oh knows. He put it in the chat also, his other name. Oh, you say you didn't get a Twitter notification? I did put an announcement out on Twitter. Um, Not sure why the algorithm didn't give it to you. Um, okay, I just put a note in the chat. Okay, I'm just going to turn off my mic here and I'll be back in a few minutes. I am back. All right, sorry, that was longer than I anticipated. That was more like 10 minutes. Okay. Agosti says, I voted it depends, although my first reaction was no. The question seems too out of context. Seems too out of context. Okay, so maybe we can talk more about that later if people are interested in it. Uh, but I want to get to the call from Noes, aka Brinkwill, and I'm not sure what topic he wants to talk about. See, there are one more vote on the poll, another no vote. All right, I guess I'll just leave the poll open for now so the votes can continue to roll in. Make sure my sound is working. Yes. Oh, let me change my name also on Zoom. Uh, Change it back to Dan Norton. Okay, I'm gonna admit Oh Noes, or he's already admitted to the Zoom call. I just need to ask him to unmute. Actually, I'll here. He can unmute himself now. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. How are you
Welcome
doing?
back.
Yeah, thank you.
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm great. Just spending a lot of money on the Steam sale. I don't know if you play any games, but
Oh, video games?
yeah,
No, I don't play video games. It's been a long time since I've done that.
good. Stay away from them.
I
Uh,
don't have much temptation, so shouldn't be hard.
um, so my first question is the poll. I don't. It doesn't. I feel like it's confusing. I don't really get. Could you explain the poll?
Oh yeah, when did you come into the stream? Were you here from the beginning or did you
Uh,
join partway into it?
I've joined part way. You were
Okay.
just when you were exiting the call with the other guy from Idaho.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it would seem pretty strange if you didn't have the if you weren't here from the beginning. So I've discussed in past streams a few times, at least a couple times, the issue of what sorts of contracts should be legal in a free market capitalist society. So there are certain
Hmm.
we have this principle in objectivism, Ayn Rand's principle that the initiation of force is evil, and people should be free to do what they want as long as they're not initiating force against anyone else. So that then raises the question, well, what about some really unusual cases? Like, let's say someone says, will you help me get a sex change, right? Let's say someone is interested in having a sex change, so they want to contract with a surgeon
Okay.
to have their parts changed.
Hmm.
Um, should that be legal? I mean, this is consensual. There's no initiation of force. Um, and what are the limits of this? Right? Like, let's say someone doesn't want a sex change, but they want to be blinded. And there's actually a case of this. I don't know if you saw that. Maybe I should put a I'll drop a link right now actually in the chat. There's a woman who wanted to be blind. It's a very unusual condition, but she has had this desire um, since childhood. Right, woman who once wanted, or I'll say who chose to be blind. Okay, I just put that link in the chat. So she asked she was consulting with a psychologist, I don't know for how long, and he agreed to help her realize her goal of becoming blind. And he did this by, with her consent, he put drain cleaner into her eyes.
Oh boy.
And then she, at first it didn't work, and she was able to see her television the next morning, and she was upset by that.
Yeah.
And but then a few months later, the effect fully kicked in, and I guess she's totally lost her vision now. So, is this a sort of contract that should be allowed in a capitalist society? Should you be able to contract with someone to make yourself blind if you so choose? You're not initiating force. Now, some
Yeah.
people you might want to rule out sorts of cases. I don't know if you heard. You said you came in at the end of Jason's call, I think, but
Yeah.
so he's someone who does not think that that's a valid sort of contract. Um, and I guess you can go back and
Yeah.
listen to his reasoning if you want. I'm not sure that I fully followed it. Like I'm in the camp right now where I would say I don't know, but one thing to consider is like if you think a sex change should be legal, but blinding someone should not be legal, why not? They're both consensual. Is it just that one's more unusual than the other? Is there a principled way to distinguish between them? So these are issues I've been exploring recently to get a better understanding of um, what does a capitalist system entail? What does it allow in these very unusual sorts of cases?
I mean, in my opinion, I think contract theory is pretty cut and dry. As long as there's proper title transfer of ownership, then and there's no fraud, then it's good. So if the woman, she owns her eyeballs, right? She owns her faculty of sight. So she's allowed to go to anyone to ask to trade it in a sense. Well, I don't see nobody should step in, even if it is fraud. Like she'll be able to. If it's fraud, then she'll have a recourse, a legal recourse. But like we are assuming that she is in a rational, sane state of mind, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's nothing nobody can do. Like that's her choice. To say otherwise is an initiation of force. For for somebody to stop that contract would be, so you use the initiation of force, or sorry, what is it in objectivism?
Yeah.
It
The
yeah,
the you're not allowed to initiate force.
yeah, I follow the NAP, which is, but similar, pretty much the same thing. Um,
Yeah,
so
and in libertarian circles, they often use this phrase non-aggression principle,
yeah,
which Ayn Rand didn't use that phrase, but
yeah,
she used she talked about the evil of the initiation of force.
yeah, and there it's yeah, and there it's absolutely, that would be evil to stop somebody from I mean gouging out their own eyes as long as they're sane, like unless they're yeah.
Well, you might think someone might say, well, you can't be sane and want to gouge out your own eyes. That is evidence that you're not sane. But then I just wonder, like, what are if you are going to take that route, um, could you also say the same thing about a sex change? Like, someone couldn't be sane and want to have a sex change.
Well, well, I guess a good example would be like, let's take a mentally, I don't want to, ruin your stream, but like a mentally handicapped person, right? Like
Hmm.
they can be an adult, they could be older than me, you and I, but if they say they want to gouge out their eyeballs, how do we know that they are sane? And I just think the answer would be, well, that's when you go to a psychologist, right? That's what they're there to determine. We go to a psychologist, and if the like this is when the judge would bring in uh they would bring in expert witnesses, right? Right? Like let's imagine that it went to trial, right? and you have the mentally handicapped is the defendant, and the person that gouged out his eyes is the or it would be the defendant, and then the handicapped person who got his eyes gouged out would be the prosecuting, right?
Plaintiff.
Plaintiff, that's the word. Uh, I think it would come down to, one the psychologist would be like, hey, or the person that gouged out his eyes might be like, hey, we ran a battery of tests. We have done this, we have done this, we have checked this, we have checked this. He knows what 2 + 2 is, he knows how to do calculus, he knows how to brush his teeth, he knows how to drive to work every day and do this. And and then the plaintiff would say, "Oh no, I don't." He would bring his psychologist or whatever, and then the judge would have to rule. That would be what the court of law is for, I would say, right?
I think in this case, maybe the state would be the plaintiff rather than the person who got blinded, because the idea or the case I'm considering is where someone voluntarily goes to someone else in contracts with someone else to be blinded. So they wouldn't then prosecute the very person that they went to for help to be blinded. But
Well, it's
maybe the state would jump in and say, no, this is not a valid arrangement, not a valid
well,
contract. So we're going to
well,
prosecute one and or both of you.
well. If I sign a contract with you for anything, let's say I sell you a car, right, for a certain amount of money, and you stop paying the payments, I don't get the state involved to see. We can just go to arbitration. That's how I would be the plaintiff. And we would take the contract to a judge, and the judge would say, "Hey, yeah, he's right. You haven't paid up your, uh, you haven't been paying your payments," or, "Oh no, he lost his job, and there's a certain stipulation in your own contract that says, da, da, that's the state doesn't need to get involved. Neither should it, really."
Yeah, I mean, if you think if you are a party to a contract and you think the contract has been broken, the terms of it have been broken by the other side, then you would take that you could take that person to court. But in the case I'm imagining, both sides to the contract agree to the terms and they think the contract has been fulfilled, and they
Oh,
don't have any complaint against each
well,
other.
well, then it's a victim. Then it's not real. It's not a real crime. I mean, problem solved. It's not. There's no such thing
Well,
as victimless crimes.
okay, but well, let me ask you about some more extreme cases then, and see what you think. What if the contract is someone says, I give you permission to kill me. It's not like an end of life euthanasia
Yeah.
sort of case where I want you to put me out of my misery. It's no, I'm in the prime of life. I'm perfectly healthy, physically at least. But I say, I want you to help me commit suicide. Is that a
Hmm.
valid
Yeah.
contract?
A Dr. Kevorkian, but not well. Dr. Kevorkian was euthanasia, but it works either way, right? Doesn't matter whether they're,
Well,
it does.
let's say
So
not a Dr. Kevorkian who's helping someone who is perfectly healthy physically commit
r-
suicide. Should
right.
that
I'm
be
just
legal?
saying the principle doesn't change. The principle shouldn't change based on whether they're 1 minute from dying versus 100 years from dying, right? If if it's not right to kill a sick person that's dying, then why is it right to kill? You know what I mean? There's no principle fundamental difference, right? At that point, you're just being picking and choosing. That's all I meant to say. Um,
So it seems like you would
I
you would have a very consistent, at least in one sense of the term consistent viewpoint on these sorts of cases. So just to give you
yeah.
one more sort of case, I'm curious to see what you'd say. So let's say um, like a servant for life, like someone says, I agree, let's sign a contract, or I agree to be your servant. Not, I won't say slave because this is done consensually, but um, I agree to be your servant for life.
Mm,
Um, is that, like, we could say
yeah.
for $1, some trivial one
Sure.
penny,
Sure.
some is that a valid contract
Yeah.
that could be
So
enforceable by law?
I, I would say this is not a valid contract only because uh, title transfer requires you to it requires you to drop ownership of something, right? It requires you to abandon something, right? So when I when I sell you a car, I am abandoning the car. The car, I have no ownership claim over it. The problem is you can never abandon your own self, right? No matter what, you still are controlling yourself. Even if I say, "Hey, I'll be your slave and do whatever you want," he will actually never own me, right? Because I am still the owner. It doesn't matter what you can do. He can't ever own me. It's not physically possible. So I would say the person that's selling himself is failing the contract, right? He's failed the contract.
Okay, well, I don't think in terms of owning oneself. I know libertarians often speak in terms of ownership of oneself, self-ownership, but maybe we can set aside that issue and just say, okay, well, I own myself if I grant for the sake of argument that that even makes sense, but I contract out my labor to someone else. I give someone
Yeah.
else ownership of my
That,
labor, but not
yeah.
myself.
Okay.
Um,
Perfectly reasonable. That's how all jobs work, right?
okay, so
That's
it's
how
just this is a very long-term job. It's a job for life.
yeah. I mean, what?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you contract, yeah, that's the contract about as long as you trade your labor. Yeah, seems fair. I mean,
Okay. Well,
there
that's a pretty consistent view. I think my sense is that a lot of people in the objectivist world might say that's an illegitimate sort of contract to make because it undermines the foundation that gives rise to contracts in the first place. So this is something that came up fairly early on in the stream. I laid out some of the foundations underlying contracts. Like the purpose of contracts is to aid in the implementation of rights, and the purpose of rights is to aid in the implementation of self-interest and the ability for an individual to achieve his own happiness and well-being. And you might think that those underlying purposes are being frustrated by certain types of contracts. Like you can't possibly be furthering your own happiness and well-being if you contract to give away your labor for life for one penny. And so that therefore, because you're undermining the roots that give rise to rights and contracts, so to speak, that would be an invalid sort of contract.
so I I don't think I agree with those definitions, but for the sake of argument, I don't really want to get into that. But like for the sake of an argument, I'll accept all that stuff. Why should I guess my question is, should the state step in on somebody who is voluntarily choosing to give up their rights? Like, and I I would say no, right? Like I know that seems strange, but like if we do accept a state, which I don't, but for the sake of argument, we'll have a state, and the state is there to protect rights. You know, isn't it isn't it in that person's right to not have the state trample on their rights? Like, if I have the right to sell my labor for whatever, and I decide to sell it for one penny, wouldn't it be unright for the state to say, no, 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 your labor is worth way more than that? Like, where does the state get that right? It sounds like they're choosing, oh, we're defending one right at the sacrifice of another right. Your right to not, your right to have contracts, or your right to, well, you don't have a right, but the right to, I mean, I don't believe in any of these rights anyways. I only believe in private property, but so I don't even know how I would phrase it to fit your view. But I guess, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I do, at least somewhat, and I don't know that I have a good counter to it. Um, that's I struggle with these sorts of cases. That's why I wanted to talk about them on stream some today to see if I could get some more clarity. But
Well,
just to understand a little more where you're coming from. So I think you said at some point you don't believe in the state, so you're an anarchist or
yeah.
okay. I didn't know that about you. Um, so that's a different framework, certainly. I haven't debated anarchy much with anarchists,
Yeah.
but maybe
Uh,
we'd talk about that some. But was there go ahead. Sounds like you have something you wanted to
Oh
say.
no, I'm not sure if I'm the guy to really debate on that. But no, I'm curious about your contract definition because I would never define contracts that way, and I don't even think my definition's probably that good. But like to me, all a contract is title transfer, right? It's a agreement of transferring private property. You know, if I have a job contract with you, I am trading my labor, which I own, for your money, which you own. Or if we're having a contract for a car payment, I'm trading the ability to use your car for as long as I pay my payments. Like I to
I don't know that I mean, I could look up a definition of contract. I didn't think I had anything unusual in mind by it, but maybe
well
you're thinking that something I've said implies that I have an unusual understanding of it.
well maybe I mean the more I think about it, I guess yours was about like something about rights, like contracts are there to for the exchange of rights,
Oh, no,
right? Isn't that
not the exchange of rights. They help to implement rights by making an agreement objective, clear. Like if you put something in writing, it's got more it's easier to abide by and harder to escape than if you just have a verbal agreement with someone that hasn't been put to paper
but
or put to screen if you're going to type
but
it in an electronic format or
but a
something.
contract could be verbal, right? A contract could be a handshake. There's
Well, I don't
no
know. Maybe
well,
that should just be called a
but
agreement rather than a I'm actually curious to look up what
I
contract
mean
is and
by that
just
argument there was no contracts before writing.
um yeah, I guess that would follow.
Like I mean we have the term handshake contracts for like that's I, I I think you're getting too in the weeds. Like it's just a
Uh,
contract is can be a contract can be me walking into a diner, right? And buying it can be me buying a meal, right? I'm not signing anything.
okay, I just looked up contract and the first definition that showed up on Google was a written or spoken agreement, especially one concerning employment, sales, or tenancy that is intended to be enforceable by law. So that says written or spoken. So
Yeah.
um, I
I don't even
guess, and I guess it could even be enforceable by law, at least if you have like security cameras in your restaurant. If someone, you gave the example, I think, of someone going into a restaurant and buying a meal, and there's a contract
yeah.
there. So if you can prove that someone has eaten their meal and then they left without paying, then I guess there wasn't even a spoken agreement because it's just
Yeah.
understood. There's a
Oh,
implicit sort of
yeah, sort
agreement.
of. Or is the contract made when you order the meal, but then like what if it's a restaurant that has a robot, right? They have those uh restaurants that you just press a button and it comes out of a, like a vending machine, right?
Right.
Uh
Yeah. Um, yeah, I guess I don't, we don't need to, it's not too essential to my point to
yeah.
defend a definition of contract that has that is such that contracts have to be written. Okay, maybe they don't, but I'm just wondering what sorts of agreements. I guess agreement is a broader, more neutral sort of term. Um, what sorts of
Sure.
agreements should people be able to make in a laissez-faire capitalist society. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and yeah, so I'm wondering if people should be able to make agreements whereby, one party does surgery on another
Sure.
to change their sex, so-called. I guess you can't. I don't think you can literally change the sex, but at least change the appearance, or an agreement to remove someone's perfectly healthy limbs or blind a person, or should there be any limitations on the sorts of agreements that sane
Yeah,
adults can um, uh, engage in and have be enforceable by law?
sure. But you get the state involved in regulating that, and then next you won't have, the state will ban in vitro fertilization, or they'll ban, uh, you know, I mean they'll find something to ban, right?
Yeah, I'm concerned
I
about that sort of slippery slope.
yeah. Well, I know that you as an objectivist you support a minarchist regime or state, so it would be all everything would be all right or whatever.
I
But
see Agosti has entered the chat, or entered the Zoom waiting room. I'm interested to take his call, but
yeah,
I do want to ask you, um, Noes or Brinkwill, um, was there anything else you were interested in chatting about today, or
yes,
was it just this issue?
actually there was. I if I don't want to make it long because I do want to let him talk. Um, but a few streams ago, I want to say one or two streams ago, probably two. I think a question I don't know if you watched the Dave Smith and the Liquid Zulu thing,
Yeah.
but you made a comment, and I was there for the comment, and I wanted to talk, but I had other stuff to do, so I remembered it. But you said you were talking about how if if it came down to a situation where you had to commit a crime or whatever, you would commit the crime and then pay the penalty, right? You would just, okay, if I just steal a penny, then to save my life or to save the world or whatever,
To save your child from being
to,
tortured, I think that was
to
the
save,
example.
yes, to save your child from being tortured, you would steal the penny, and then you would pay it back. You would uh
Right.
compensate them. And I guess my question was, if if you did nothing wrong, why should you pay them back? Because according to you, you should steal the penny to save your kids from being tortured. But also according to you, you did something wrong and you should pay it back. So
Well, I don't know
how
if I
does
would say it's wrong in every sense. Like maybe it's wrong in it's wrong that this other guy, this third party who's not involved, should have to bear the cost of my trying to save my own values, my own child. So for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, there was a debate recently, a week or two ago, between Dave Smith, a libertarian, and this guy, a YouTuber who goes by the name Liquid Zulu, another libertarian who tries to make objectivism compatible with anarchy, and he promotes what he calls anarcho-objectivism, which I don't think is a thing because I think that's a contradiction in terms. You can't have both anarchy and objectivism. But setting that issue aside, there was this example that came up in the debate. Dave Smith asked Liquid Zulu if he would uh, steal a penny in order to save his child from being tortured, if for some reason one found oneself in this scenario.
yeah.
Or would you, in the name of not initiating force by stealing, would you stay true to that principle by not stealing the penny and then allowing your child to get tortured? That was the case. And Zulu, he would not give a flat out no. I would not steal the penny, but I also don't think he gave a flat out yes. But
Well,
I was sympathetic to the view that yes, you should steal the penny in that case, and then find a way later to return a penny to the person you stole it from. But that's
Yeah.
just to set this up for anyone who doesn't know the context.
Yeah, Liquid Zulu is he's sick and tired of these ethical cold opens, these hypothetical ethical cold opens, you know, because just like you and me know, uh, ethics is not a guide on how to act in emergencies. It's a guide on how to act through your whole life to determine what you do tomorrow, what you do today, how do you respond to the people around you, how do you live your life. So I think I, Dave Smith was just throwing out all these bullets for him to bite and thinking, oh, he's going to bite this child torturing bullet and then I can call him Goofy and I win. And that was, I'm sure he's just sick of it at that point. But
Well, I don't
I
think he had the right answer. Like
I
I think Dave Smith was in the right on this case,
so
and it shows that there is
so
something incorrect about
well
Zulu's
well
view.
I I mean I disagree with you because what so you think that there's something as an ethical crime and there's something as a non-ethical crime.
Uh, I guess you could put it that way. I mean, to give another sort of example, what about, lying to Nazis about whether you're hiding Jews from them? I would say that would be an ethical crime because they have laws on the books in, let's say, Nazi Germany that all the Jews need to be, turned over to the Nazis to be gassed. And I would be committing a crime by their definition of what a crime is if I hide Jews from them. But I think it would be ethical to do that.
But I would just say that that's not a crime. Killing Jews is not a crime. Or killing sorry. I meant to say I believe in natural law, so everything the Nazis were doing is against the law. Just because they say it is, just because they say Jews have no rights and we're allowed to kill them, that doesn't make it true. So I'd say you are not committing a crime. You're not committing a
Well,
crime by
I
lying to
mean,
them.
I do think there's a distinction between valid and invalid law. I don't know if you're negating that by saying what you're saying here. Like, I mean, if you just define law as any law that exists has to be one that respects rights, well, then maybe maybe in that case, I would say there can't be an ethical crime, but I'm working with a definition of law where it's broader than that. There could be good laws, there could be bad laws, and the bad laws should be repealed, but there can still be laws that are bad, and so that's my
So
understanding and the framework from which I'm saying that in some cases there could be an ethical crime.
yeah. So to you, law is not a subset of ethics. Law can be next to ethics, or even above. I mean, you probably wouldn't say it's above ethics, but you'd say it could be a branch next to ethics. It has really nothing to do with ethics, right?
Well, no,
In your
it's
view.
not. It doesn't have nothing to do with it, but I do think ethics is a more fundamental area of philosophy, and law and politics is based on ethics. That's how I see it.
Sure. So how could you have if if law is a subset of ethics, how could you have an unethical law? That wouldn't exist. That
Well,
would
I
be
don't know if
outside of the
I would put
subset.
it as a subset. It's actually let me just pause for a second. I want to see what's going on with the ghosty. Let me take a look at the
Yeah.
chat.
I mean, we don't need to. I was just curious about the answer. So you can go to Agosti. It doesn't.
Well, I'm interested in the discussion.
Okay.
I don't want to
Yeah.
I just want to see what I'm curious how long he can, like, if he has to go really soon, then maybe I'll go to him and then I could come back to you, or maybe we could all three talk if he wants, especially if he wants to discuss the topic we're already talking about. But I'm interested to get a read on what he wanted to discuss. Oh, hi Simon. I see Simon is in the chat. So let me actually bring him on the call and just see what he wants to talk about, and then I'll decide after that how I want to go forward. Okay, so let me make sure I got my. Okay, settings are good to go. Okay, I just admitted Agosti, and I think you can unmute yourself. You should be able to unmute yourself. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All
Hi.
right. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. I've seen you on a number of shows, but this is the first time we've actually talked. So I get to
Yeah,
put
so
a voice to the name.
yeah. So actually, normally I don't talk English. For my work, sometimes I do. So I'm going to try and do my best to be understandable and stuff. Um,
Okay.
but just as a first thing to say, I'm very curious to know about the appeal of these kind of questions because my thought about it is that I think like libertarianism or objectivism, these are not really political or cases of law. They're not like principles of law in that sense. So to give an example, I work in public affairs, which is a nice way of saying lobbying. And in that sense, every day you have to consider practical concerns and you have to think about where things are heading and what intentions are and what the meaning of some changes in law are. But if you would look at it strictly philosophical, you cannot really do anything because you would just disagree with everything and everything will be horrible. And it's a case of practicality. So, for example, I put in a chat for an example age laws, age restriction. Now, in the Netherlands, when I was 16, I was already allowed to drink alcohol, but then when I was 17, it changed to 18. And then in the US, it is 21. So you could make the case that it is subjective because with all these differences. But how would it look like if, and this is a question that was also pondered by Leonard Peikoff, I think, or some other objectivist. How would it in practice look like if you would have to be like custom about it? So you have politics at one side, and then you have the individual on the other side. And the individual, he can practically already do everything that the libertarians want. You know, you can pour stuff in your eyes. You will not go to jail because you drink a beer when you were 15, for example. So, but in the case of law, and in the case of how a politician defines a right or rights, or how how's it called? Um, how is the person called again? That a judge, how a judge defines the infringement of rights, that is not really a philosophical question. Like I agree that it touches upon philosophies, but so does everything, right? Because it concerns itself with existence and with ethics. But if you just look at the practicality of these things, we're not living in a perfect world, let's say.
Okay.
So we
Just to jump in here for a second, I just wanted to get a flavor of the topic you were interested in talking about, and also find out your availability because this sounds like it's somewhat different than the topic I was on with Oh Noes. Um, and I wanted to know like what you were interested in discussing and also how long you're available. So I think I would, if you're going to be here for a while or could be here later, I don't know how long I'm going to stream today, but um, could we discuss this? I don't know, maybe in 30 minutes or 60 minutes or something? Or would you still be able to call in at that time?
I think I will be, but I mean, for me in the Netherlands, it's already past 1 a.m., so I will not be
Oh,
here for longer than 1 hour or so. I
that's
still have
right.
to work
All
tomorrow.
right. I forgot it was you're in Europe, so that does change things. Well, let me ask you, oh noes, how long are you available today? What's your schedule like?
I only got a few more minutes to talk, so
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Then let me finish up. Let me talk with Oh Noes a little more, and then I can come back to you, Agosti.
Sure, sure.
Okay. I'm just gonna put you on mute for now, and but you don't have to call back in. You can stay on the call. Just mute it for now. All right.
Mm.
Okay. So back to Oh Noes. So we were talking about the Dave Smith and Liquid Zulu case of um, stealing a penny in order to save your child from torture, and this issue of ethical versus non-ethical law came up, and you were saying how, well, how could there be such a thing as uh, ethical law breaking if ethics is a subset of, or sorry, if the legal philosophy is a subset of ethics. I think that's
Yeah.
where we left off. So I was saying I didn't use the term subset. I mean, maybe there's a sense in which you could say political philosophy or legal philosophy is a subset of ethical philosophy.
Yeah,
But
that's my feeling. That's
yeah,
what I
I mean, I
believe.
think so. The way I think of ethics is it's the it's a guide to how one should act, a guide to one's how one should make choices and act. And that applies in any context, whether you're alone on an island or if you're in a society of millions of people. And politics is ethics applied to a context where there are other people. So you're not alone on an island, but how should you act when you're in the presence of other people? How should you relate to other people? What's the proper way to do that? And um, you can formulate certain principles on how one should interact. Like you could have the non-initiation of force principle, or what libertarians would call the non-aggression principle, that the way you should interact with when you're in a social context is you should not initiate force against other people. But you might have a different sort of principle that
Sure.
allows for initiations of force, such as taxation and regulation. And I would be opposed to that sort of principle. And I would say that's, if a law is built on that, or if a society is built on that principle, that's a bad principle, and that should be repealed. And I would say that's a case of a unethical law. The ethics says you should do what's best for yourself, and here we have a law which conflicts with what's best for yourself. It's a law that permits force to be initiated against you, and that's uh, not consistent with uh, what I think is the right ethics, which is an ethics of self-interest. So that would be an example of an unethical law, breaking which might be ethical.
But so in this case, you believe that it's ethical, it is right for you to steal a penny to save your tortured kids. God, I really hate this hypothetical. It's so stupid. Um, right, that would
We
be
can try to. I don't know if there's a more realistic, steal a loaf of bread. Maybe I think like
Hmm,
I don't know if maybe you're
yeah.
shipwrecked, and then like a Robinson Crusoe, and you're starving, and then you finally you get on your raft and you make it to shore, but all the stores are closed. You arrive at 3 in the morning, and the only way for you to get some nutriments is to break into some store, and
Yeah.
maybe
And I would
maybe that's a more realistic.
yeah, I mean the thing is they all lead back to the same thing where you are a parasite. You have chosen a path and you are expecting to be helped out of it. You have decided to climb up to the top of the building and jumped off and were expected to save you. That's that's what you're saying. You're saying
Well,
my
I
kids,
mean, this is an emergency case. It's not like in the long run you're
yeah,
living off of others. It's just maybe
Everything's an
tonight, this one
emergency.
night,
You
you're
you can
go
reduce
ahead.
this down. You can reduce this down to everything's an emergency, and that's what they do, right? That's what the communists did. That's what the Nazis did. That's what the United States government has done, right? It is an emergency that Venezuela drug ships are bringing drugs in, so we must shoot them from the skies with a missile. Or it is an
I
emergency
don't
that
think so. I mean, you can claim anything is an emergency, but that doesn't mean it actually is one.
I agree, but that doesn't stop the people from doing what they're doing, right? Like, and then they go, oh, don't worry. Like for your example, right? You would steal the penny, right? You would steal the penny, stop the torturing of your kid, and then because you did wrong, you would give the penny back, even though you believe in a
No, it's not
non-initiation.
wrong. I mean, not
If
in
it's
every sense. I mean, you might say it's wrong that this other person had to supplement or had to aid my attempt to spare my child, but I don't think it's wrong for me to steal the penny.
but it's a non-initiation of force principle, right? So you are breaking the principle.
Yeah, but that's not my most fundamental principle. And maybe this distinguishes me from you or maybe some other libertarians. I have deeper principles like egoism, which um, condition whether or not it's appropriate
Doesn't
to, for me to initiate force.
doesn't the definition of principle, isn't that a contradiction? How can you have a principle that's above another principle? Shouldn't
I
it?
think there's a hierarchy of principles. I mean, they're not equally fundamental. Like axioms are the most fundamental principles of all.
But
Um,
but axioms aren't principles of ethics. How do you have a principle of ethics that says, oh yes, I should always do this. This is my principle. I should always do A. And then I have another principle that says I should always do B unless I want to do C. Like that. How do you have
the
like
fundamental principle in ethics is pursue your self-interest. I think you could put it that way. But what that looks like in different contexts is going to be different. So what pursuing your interest looks like if you're in an emergency is going to be different than if you're in a non-emergency.
I I I I disagree. I think if you decide to violate if you decide to initiate force, it doesn't matter whether it's an emergency or not. You know, you are choosing to violate the principle of non-initiation of force. I don't I and furthermore, you're just
Yeah,
how's
but
that good?
it's for me that's not like that's not an objection because I don't it's not for me it's not like a duty, a dogma that I need to adhere to. It's that principle is to serve my interest. That's the reason I accept this principle. That it's a contextual principle within a certain context, like a non-emergency context. That's the principle I would follow. But not every context is a non-emergency. So
Right, but
it's not a relevant principle in some
what
cases.
isn't it non-egoistic to break principles?
Um, it depends on the principle, I guess. If it's like the principle of primacy of existence, that would always be. I can't see a context where it'd
How,
be egoistic to go against that.
what,
But
well, I guess no. I meant an ethical principle. So like you, it's not like the infringing on initiation of force, right? It's that's a principle that it would be it's unegoistic to break,
I disagree.
but you're doing it based on non-egoistic reason. You're saying,
No, I'm not.
I mean, what's to stop you from killing somebody just to survive at this point?
My long-range
There's
self-interest. I mean, in some cases, maybe it would be in my interest to kill someone to survive, like in a lifeboat case. If there's a lifeboat that can only hold one person, and there's two people, me and somebody else, who are fighting over it, maybe in that context, it's in my interest to try to knock the other person off so I can get on the lifeboat.
right,
But
but in this,
that's
but in, but does he? But he doesn't own the lifeboat. If he owned the lifeboat, then what should you do?
I still might knock him off.
So, okay, let me give you a hypothetical. Okay, you fall off a boat, right? You went sailing and you fell off the boat, and it's an emergency, and somebody comes by. He's just sailing around in his little lifeboat that can only hold one person. You would say it's ethically right for you to pull him off his boat and let him die, and you get on his boat. He's not the one that fell into the boat because he was an idiot that decided to go out into a river without a life jacket, without all these safety things. I mean, this just leads exactly to what a socialist would want. Oh wow, these poor people, they've lived such horrible lives. They're so poor, and everything they do is an emergency. We must give them welfare.
Well,
We must.
hold on. So, I mean, if you fill out the context as you're doing here, I might have a different view of it. Um, it- I was, I'm imagining in a case where I'm in a scenario through no fault of my own, um, where my life depends on taking someone else's lifeboat. Even there, I'm reconsidering this now. Like if um, I'm not sure. So I don't know if I want to take back what I said before. So I can say with confidence that in a case where neither of us is the owner, it would be ethical, at least permissible for me to try to knock the other person off the lifeboat.
And I'm willing to accept that if the hypothetical does lead to nobody's the owner and the only way is attacking each other, right? Then if this is like I don't know, I like Titanic, right? If it's
Yeah.
Rose is on the door, if it's something like that, sure, but in that case, then it wouldn't be a really initiate. You wouldn't be uh heck, it would probably be the punches started flying at the same time, right? Like,
Well, no, it might be if you see that the other guy is trying to get on the boat and you knock him off, that would be initiation of force. And I think that would be appropriate, or at least permissible, morally permissible.
I have to think about that one, but I don't want to wait. Let's see. He doesn't. I mean, one argument could be like, as soon as well, you're not at that point. You're not stealing the boat. You're you're killing him. Um, yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that because like you're to me that's why these hypothetical cold opens are ridiculous because they don't take the whole you know like I said, ethics is to guide you through everything through your life. So if you want to plop me on a switch and a trolley and the trolley is about to run over people, well, the ethical thing to do would be to start yelling for people to stop the trolley, you know, or to go and untie the people. But obviously they don't the hypothetical doesn't allow you to do that, so it's just um but I guess my big problem with the penny one is that I assume there's a stance that you won't go to save your torturing son, but what's to stop people from always like you were saying you steal the penny and then you pay the penny back and now all is made right. So what's to stop somebody from what's to stop a guy named Hitler from saying, "Oh, I'll kill all the Jews, but don't worry, after I'm done, I'll pay it back. I'll finally end my own life. But I need to kill all the Jews first, or hey, I need to steal these pennies, but I'll just steal as many pennies as I can, and then when I'm done with using all these pennies, then I'll pay it back. What's the you run into if you take if it's made good because you've paid them back, then what's to stop people from doing that? There's no ethics
Well,
that'll stop it.
if you've killed someone, you can't restore their life, whereas I can restore a penny to someone whom I've stole it from.
Right, but
So there
there's
is a
still okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
so I don't see these cases as parallel. That's at least for that
I'm
reason.
I mean, I just, it's the initiation of force, right? It doesn't matter what you're doing. I mean, maybe I can't return, maybe I stole your car and I can't return your car because I broke it. Might have to give you the monetary value. I can
Right.
give you the monetary value for a life, right?
Well, I don't know. Even that, I think is you can't fully. I mean, there's some people. There's no amount of money that you can give someone to make up for. Like if you kill a loved one, like there's no amount of money that someone would rather have than their loved one still be alive. At least in some cases, this is.
Yeah, I mean, I agree for many, for people that have rational values, but that doesn't mean that we can't. I mean, we do this all the time. Like this is judges rule on we do assign values. We have a whole business. Life insurance is literally the assigning of value to a life.
Well, I mean,
So,
you do something. The law tries to do something to compensate, but it's not. I don't think you could make someone whole in the way that you can make someone whole by restoring the penny. Um, so I do think in one case you could completely um, make good on the whatever damage was done, whereas that's not the case if you've killed someone.
so, so the criteria is just that you can make them whole. So if I could steal your car to go handle my emergency, and if I wreck it or whatever, and I give you the money back, hey, I wrecked your car. I initiated force on you, but here's the money. No harm, no foul. We're good buddies now. This is the ethically right thing to do. And there,
I think well, there's um, if it's an emergency case, maybe you could do something like that. Like if you have to, I don't know, you have to drive your wife to the hospital because she's giving birth or something, and your car breaks down, and the only way for
yeah,
you to get her there, you can't call an Uber. I don't know why, but
yeah. I
we
mean,
can
yeah.
imagine a case where the only way for you to get her to a hospital where she can safely deliver the baby is to steal someone's car, and then you make it up to the person later.
But
Um, I can see a case for that,
but okay. So
but that's an emergency again. That's
right. But in your rational hypothetical, minarchist world or country or nation or state or whatever. The law or the political law, whatever you want to call it, but the laws would reflect ethics, correct? Like there would be no unethical laws. All laws would be purely ethically correct, objectively, correct?
yeah, I guess in an
Okay.
ideal world,
Yeah.
I would say, but they would take account of emergencies, I think, and they would understand the laws would might say like unless there's an emergency, you can't um, initiate force. I don't know exactly how it would be
So
phrased, but
I'm this. My name is Joe Blow, and everyone around me is in an emergency. Like they're just, hey, I'm in an emergency. I had to steal your ladder, or I had to steal your car. Like, and oh, but don't worry, I paid you back. And that's egoistic to me. That doesn't seem right.
well, you
Like,
have to be able to prove it's an emergency. You can't just claim it.
sure, but in this hypothetical, they are emergencies, right? Like you had to steal a penny to save your kid, or you had to steal a car. So I'm Joe Blow in this hypothetical. I'm sitting here watching a movie while my car gets stolen, and then I go to the state who's supposed to protect me, and I go to the state and say, "Hey, this guy stole my car. He wrecked it. He's giving me like, he needs to pay me back, whatever, but he's like the state says that is ethically right. Like, oh, this was a correct initiation of force.
Uh, yeah, I guess it could say that. Like, I think it would have to hold the person who stole the car responsible for, like, instead of criminalizing like if you're just a regular criminal who just steals cars and has no intention of paying them back, I think the way the law would deal with that person is different than the way it would deal with a person who was in an emergency and has every intention of paying it back.
So but what if we had somebody who's just you know, well, let's just make it socialism. Let's make it basically altruism. You have a bunch of people starving and they steal bread to survive. Why is that not an emergency? I mean, hey, you know, they would get by too,
Well, I
according to
mean,
you.
it depends on the like if you're in I'm thinking if you're in an extremely impoverished place, maybe like Cambodia in a certain time period or the USSR when they have these famines like the Holodomor and Ukraine, maybe in those cases, it would be moral to steal in some cases. But there, I mean, the root problem is or at least maybe not the deepest problem, but the society is not a free society, and that's the reason they're poor.
But
Um, so the society kind of put you in the position of being poor in some cases.
but what is your standard for judging emergencies now? Because, you know, why can't I mean, I think a poor person in you know, a crappy town in America could probably say they're just as bad as some person in Cambodia, or like where do you draw this arbitrarily
No, in a
invisible
free
line?
society, it's very easy to support yourself. And I mean, the jobs, there's limitless opportunities and jobs available. So there would be no problem for anyone, no reason anyone should go starving. I mean, unless you're talking about like a
No reason
tiny,
any
tiny fraction of a percent of people who maybe are quadriplegic or they're severely mentally handicapped. But that's almost no one. And I think those people would need to rely on charity, voluntary charity. But pretty much anyone else, 99.9999, however many nines percent, there's no excuse for them to have to steal in order to support themselves.
I mean, I would say in a free society there is no right to steal. That's, you know, you shouldn't steal the penny to save your kid. Like
Uh,
that's what makes it a free society, is that people aren't stealing pennies.
all right, hold on a second. Before we go any further, I'm curious to hear what is your view of egoism? Are you pro-egoism,
Yes,
anti-egoism,
I
or
am pro egoism, absolutely.
okay,
100%. I think it is
okay.
I think it is unegoistic to initiate force for any reason whatsoever. I think I think that's like selling your soul to the devil just to live another day. That is that is choosing survival or your value, whatever value you hold at the time, to be higher than your life. I think your life is the standard of value that leads to don't initiate force. So by initiating force, you are choosing to not be egoistic. You are choosing survival or just some other value that's lower. In this case, it'd be your family, your kids being tortured. I disagree. I would not sell my soul to the devil to save
So
my
so
kids
you
from being
would
tortured.
you would not steal the penny in order to save your child from being
I
tortured.
I would not steal the penny. I
Okay.
would not steal a candy bar to save the entire world.
All right. Well, I think we've got a
Yeah.
different view on what egoism entails. And have you read Ayn Rand's Ethics of Emergencies, that essay?
Yeah, and the virtue of selfishness. I
Right.
had, and I yeah, I think
So
he's
you
right up to
disagree with that essay
yeah,
then, I would
yeah,
guess.
yeah, I disagree that you can initiate force
So
for
sorry,
emergencies.
you're breaking
Sorry.
up for a second. You said you disagree with that?
I disagree that you can break your principles. I believe your principles of non-initiation of force or the non-aggression principle would be sacrificing your highest value. That wouldn't be living. It would be like turning to a brute, an animal.
Okay.
And I figured
So
her essay on emergencies is more about helping people during emergencies, not about what you should do in an emergency. It's about how you should help people that are in emergencies. Because she
no,
even
that's one
talks.
type. That's one type of emergency. You could
I don't.
also just be saving yourself in an emergency.
I don't.
You're broken up again.
Hold on. Hold on.
See Florida Nick here in the chat.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't. I don't remember that. Let's see. The ethics of emergencies. Da 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 da. Da. Sacrifice. Um, this is all about sacrifice. Any action, not a sacrifice. The proper method of judging when or whether you should help another person. Um, yeah, I don't. This isn't about how you should. This is about helping people in emergencies. It's not about what you should do in an emergency, right? How you should.
I don't know if she ever mentions well, what you should do might involve helping others in an emergency.
Yes,
Maybe it
yes.
doesn't. But I think even if she doesn't mention the case of saving yourself on a lifeboat, that I mean, I think we could consider that case and what she might say about that. And I think my
Yeah,
understanding is that she would think it's not necessarily immoral to initiate force in order to save yourself in a lifeboat case.
yeah. I don't really. It doesn't. What Ayn Rand thinks doesn't matter to me. Like, because it's the
Well, I mean,
philosophy
you can
Ayn Rand.
disagree with her.
Yeah,
I just wanted
I
to make that clear that whether you did, I think, I
yeah.
mean, I think that she would say that it's morally permissible to save yourself, even if it involves initiating force. But whether she said that or not, that's what I think. I think I'm in agreement with her. Um, but more fundamentally, I think I'm in agreement with reality. And that's the most important thing. And you have a different view. You think, I guess you think
I think
it's
that's.
right
I think
that
that's
no matter
ego.
what the
Yeah,
context, you should not initiate force.
yeah. I think you're selling your soul to the devil for an extra day of life.
Well,
I
what would you
think
say
that.
about children? Is
What do you
it
mean?
wrong to like pull a child away from a road that it's running to cross, or would you say in that case it's different?
Oh, because no, that's children are treated differently, right? Because wait, that's not even sacrificing. That's not even committing a crime. Yeah, you're not committing a crime
So
because
the
the
principle does have a certain context. It's not that in every case there are certain
no,
contexts, namely when you're
no,
dealing with children, where the principle doesn't apply.
yeah, because it's not aggressing. Who are you
No,
aggressing
you
on
are
when you
aggressing.
no
You're
children
forcibly stopping the child
ch
from
chil
going into the street.
children don't you're taking guardianship of the child's rights. If the child is old enough to where he's allowed to express his will to run across, it's just the same as the cutting out your eyeballs, going blind, right? It's the same thing. If it's a woman that is old enough to decide to run across the street, go ahead, let her do it. But if it's a child, you're taking guardianship of the child. Just like if a child were to fall, like let's say, um, you remember Harambe? I'm actually
Yeah.
from I'm from Cincinnati, so that was in my back door.
Yeah, there was a
My
kid
back.
who fell into the pit where there was a
Yeah,
gorilla.
yeah. Poor Harambe. Um, But in that case, the child, you're allowed to take over guardianship of that child. So anyone can jump in and save that child. There's no aggression of force at all.
Well, I think there is initiation of force when you forcibly stop your child. I mean, you could say taking guardianship, but I think it's still true that you're initiating force.
That's
You're overriding
that.
the child's voluntary decisions with
Well, hold on.
force.
I mean, well, first of all, the term force, that we don't use the term force because it has all these tons of extra meanings. That's why we say the aggression, which is the initiation of conflict, which is using the same it's exclusionary ends towards the same object. So he owns, if let's, you own your face, right? You own the private property in your face, and I go to punch it. We're using your face to different ends. I'm using it to punch it. You're using it to not get punched. So therefore, there's a conflict. But the kid doesn't have, you're the guardianship of all his rights. And as he unlocks his rights, then you have to let him do what he wants. So it's just like it is an aggression to put a spoonful of food into my baby's mouth, because it doesn't own the right to do that. I have the guardianship of all its rights at that moment. But eventually, it'll get the right to put food in its mouth. And then if I try to shove food down its mouth that it doesn't want, then I'm initiating force.
Okay. Well, this is an interesting chat, but if Agosti weren't here, I think I would just keep going. But I know Agosti,
Yeah.
it's getting late for him, and I said I was going to
Yeah.
get to him.
Yeah, you should
So
go. You
I
should
mean,
get
you're
to
still
him.
here.
It's
I thought
good.
you had to go in a few minutes, and if you
I,
want to stay around, that's fine with me. But I think maybe I should go to Agosti for a little bit.
yeah. No, no. This is good. You go to Agosti. I enjoy this conversation very much. Uh, but yeah, I have to work on Christmas presents and stuff, so
Okay.
it's a good
All
time
right.
to.
Well,
Uh,
I do appreciate you calling in, and if you want to come back later, I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming, but
yeah,
you're welcome to come back later, and
yeah,
we can continue if you want. But in any case,
yeah,
thanks for your call.
yeah. If I don't see you again, have a Merry Christmas, Dan.
All right, same to you. Merry
Yeah,
Christmas. Okay. All right, so let me come to Agosti. Actually, let me take a quick look at the chat, see what's going on there. Got some more chats from Jason, Simon, Nick. Okay. Evolutionary. Oh, that was from a while ago. Okay. Thanks for your participation in the chat. I do appreciate that. Let me see what my analytics look like. Thanks for likes on the stream. Okay. It's time to come to Agosti. Okay. Can you unmute? There we go. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks for holding
All
on.
right. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I was listening to it. I've heard it all. So interesting, I guess.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I haven't had many debates with libertarians or anarchists, so it's kind of interesting territory for me to discuss. Um, so you had a somewhat different topic that you were raising about lobbying, I think. If we can go back to that if you want, or if there was something else you were more interested in chatting, it's up to you what you want to discuss.
I mean, well, first of all, one reason why I watched the show is because I like the authenticity, and I think it's all very genuine. So, you know, the anarchist and libertarian discussions, I do enjoy them to some extent because of the way how it's being dealt with and what the intention of it is, in the sense of free thought. And I think that's the reason why you have these very long formats, because otherwise, like, that's the concept of it. It's you can share thoughts, and I think that leads to very long videos. So I work from home tomorrow, so I have some time. So that's why I was okay with being in the queue. But yeah, so mainly I'm very interested in lobbying, and I was intrigued by the question of seeing it, because it you handled it earlier, a few streams earlier, about is it allowed for a doctor to blind a person, and I was intrigued by it in the sense of it can be whatever, like you can also talk about being why not being deaf, or why not remove limbs, or why not, it can be whatever. So I was kind of curious to know what is the appeal to asking that question, in the sense that, because I think politics is by definition not really about individual cases, sorry, because that's really the function of a judge. And if you talk about law, it cannot be very specific in that sense. So I was curious to know what is the intention of the question, because it does raise a lot of libertarian anarchist type of way of getting the message through, that politics is almost the same as individual acts, and because practically speaking, the state doesn't have the means to stop you from doing all these things, right? So in a pure political context, I don't really see any need to have questions like, should it be legal or illegal to blind your eyes, because of the endless list of that you could make, for example.
Well, there are principles that could cover all the various cases. And I think part of the job of politicians or legal scholars or maybe court justices is to deal with particular cases and apply the general principles to particular cases, like abortion, for instance, to mention a recent Supreme Court case in the last few years. Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court, so now it's much more difficult in many places to get abortions. And these other sorts of cases that I've been raising, like sex changes or someone being blinded, these are real cases. These are not just hypothetical cases. And it's it's not clear to me how to think about these cases, and I want to get more clarity. Maybe I should mention that this originally came up for me in a debate. I had a debate with a guy by the name of TJump. Maybe I'll show that on screen at least. Here we go. Let me share this image so if people want to check this out, you can hear it. Okay, so here's a debate called Debating Objectivist Politics and Ethics with TJump. This was from more than 3 years ago. Oh, recorded in 2022. And he raised a case of his hypothetical was, what if you have a child and your child has cancer and someone else has a cure for your child's cancer? What if he says, I'll give you this cure for your child's cancer if you agree to be my servant for life? That was his case. And
Uh-huh.
I wasn't sure how to deal with it. And I think I hemmed and hawed for a while. Maybe that's a good term for it. And I eventually ended up saying, I'm really not sure about this case. And I know some objectivist scholars, legal scholars, say that certain contracts are unenforceable, they're not valid contracts, and maybe this would
Hmm.
be one such case, but I wasn't totally sure. And that got me thinking about, well, what are there any valid limits to contracts? If everything's voluntary, there's no initiations of force.
I
Is it
mean,
just anything goes then? Contract
i-
to whatever you
i-
want? Or
if anything goes, I don't know why you would even need a contract. So, for example, I mean, I remember when I was still in college, my least favorite questions on exams were like the what if questions. They were also the questions that gave you the easiest grade. So getting points on an exam were easier on these what if questions because of the room that you give the student to make. It's more like if he can make the case, then that's already proof of like being competent, and then you can win debates on like I think a unhealthy or a non-rational standard, let's say. So you don't have to answer, for example, questions and by thinking, well, if I don't answer, I seem like I don't really know. Well, maybe you do know, but the question makes it a bit like it becomes more of like a duel instead of like truth seeking, let's say, because in the individual context there is no I cannot live with the fact of somebody I love dying and me having to be the one making that choice. Like me making a choice that leads to somebody I love to die. But then the other side of the rope is to say, oh well, but you could do it, but then you have to be my slave. But I don't see any. Not only can I not see it in my own experience and around me that that's really a choice to make, I can also it's put in a context of like rights protection, and it's being put in a context of a judge saying the state has to enforce this contract. But then my question would be, in that context, why even have a state, why even have a contract? Like, I mean, so I don't know. For me it seems like an impossible question, and that's when I question the appeal of it. Like what makes it a relevant question, what leads to it being what makes it to sound smart, to put it that way. Where does it lead you? It certainly doesn't lead to rights or rights protection or the functioning of a proper functioning of a state. And then you get this emotional, um, how do you say it, like stronghold of saving somebody you love. But I don't know, I find it like an impossible question. So something you can really break your brains on, but maybe that's the reason why your brains are breaking, is because the question is invalid, which is possible. We know that's possible. We know bad questions exist.
yeah, there are such things as invalid questions. I'm not convinced this is one of them. Like whether sex changes should be legal or blinding yourself should be legal. I think these are difficult, at least for me. I find these are difficult, or at least not easy questions, but I think they are I don't think they're invalid questions, and they are relevant because they do deal with actual cases that people confront. Maybe not this particular example TJump gave, but other sorts of cases which I've been discussing. I'm thinking about just playing a little bit of this. I don't know if I have it broken down into. Oh yeah, I've got a. I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but I'm in the description of the video, and yes, it looks like this might be the point where we start talking about the case. I called it coercion becoming a slave in quotes to save one's child. Maybe I put it in quotes because you're actually consenting to it in the arrangement. You consent to be someone's servant for life in exchange for them giving you the cure for your child's cancer? Is that moral? Should it be legal? Um, Maybe I'll play this later, if not right now. But since this was like the genesis of this whole topic for me in a major way, maybe it'd be good to play it on stream. But I don't know if I addressed your question just now, but I do think it's relevant, and I'm not convinced it's invalid. Um, but maybe you think otherwise. You think these are irrelevant or invalid questions. Is that your view?
I mean, I don't think like I don't think they have to be invalid always, but maybe I'm a bit too um, stuck up on my experience with the amount of these sorts of questions instead of like I don't know often I don't see where it leads to in a sense of uh, yeah, to use a strong word like enlightenment or something, like or truth seeking. So maybe it doesn't have to be invalid, but maybe in my experience these questions come up too often. Maybe because for example, if I read Ayn Rand or something, I don't really see these kind of questions a lot. And if I watch a movie about these kind of situations where somebody gives their life for one of their loved ones to be a slave, I don't get a bad sense out of it. I do agree with the person actually doing it. So if I have to really answer it, I would probably also say, yeah, maybe. I mean, it sounds a bit arbitrary, maybe, but I don't mean it to be. But it depends who it is that I love. But in some sense, I could, be a slave, have no freedom, be somebody's property, to save, for example, the life of my child. Like that's something I could agree with, because of the reality of the other side. Like to to the other side would be having the feeling of literally killing somebody you love, because it would come down to that in the end, because you did had the choice, let's say. But yeah, I don't know. I just something that I don't like about it, the question. So, it can be maybe also an emotional blockade that I have to it, but maybe it's not the kind of question that I like to really be too busy with. But I don't know. Don't want to say it's too invalid always or something, but they come up so often that I question where it really comes from.
Okay. Well, I mean, I showed where it came from in this debate I had with TJump, and I'm becoming more tempted to play it. I'll just say, like, as for Ayn Rand not discussing this, yeah, I think she didn't go into the sort of length that I'm going into, to my knowledge, discussing this kind of case. I don't know that she would think it's a bad thing to do that, but I guess maybe one reason to spend more time on it is because it is difficult and it hasn't been addressed or answered or made clear to me, at least.
Mm.
Maybe other people out there are much more clear about this topic than I am, and they don't see a need to talk about it at length. But I don't feel like I'm very clear on this, which is why I'm spending time on it. And maybe once I get clear, I won't spend any time on it anymore, unless it's someone else raises it. Like maybe I'll have another debate with someone like TJump, and I'll be able to answer it very quickly and in a few seconds, and that'll be the end of it. But until I get to that level of clarity, I feel like it's worth spending at least some time to try to get more clarity.
I see, and I certainly will not be the person giving the answer, because I'm not I'm not capable to give you the answer. But if you would like to play the clip, I will be interested in it, and
Okay.
maybe we could comment on it.
Yeah.
It's your
Yeah.
show. I mean,
I think I will do that now. Let me just take a quick look at the chat. See, we got some more from Simon, Jason. Looks like those may be the new ones since I last checked. Okay. I got some more likes on the stream. Thanks for those. Thanks also for any new subscribers. I'm trying to get up to 1,000. I've got about 972 last I checked. So you can help me get there. And you can get a free super chat if you're one of my first 1,000 subscribers and you are publicly subscribed so that I can verify you're a subscriber. Okay, so maybe this will be a little bit out of context because I don't want to play the entire video. It's over an hour. But there's a segment of it which goes on for, looks like maybe about 10 minutes, which I'm going to play. I don't know if I'll stop partway to comment on anything, but I'm at least going to play some of this. Okay, so it's this part, 44:54. It starts. Oh, I have to share the sounds. Um, Here, let me redo that. Share sound. Okay, so now it should be audible. Turn it all the way up. And if you cannot hear that, let me know in the chat. Is
Well, so
my
my interpretation.
Oh, yeah, I'm hearing that through my AirPods. Okay. Here we go.
Worse for everyone, long run.
Well, so my interpretation is like hunger is a kind of coercion. So let's say someone's child is dying of cancer and I have enough money to pay for it, but I say that in order to pay for your child cancer, you have to be my slave and do anything I say for the rest of your life. They can voluntarily agree to this situation, but to me, this seems synonymous with coercion. They are being forced by some situation in nature to make a decision they don't want to make. Would that situation be moral in your system?
So I want to talk about coercion because you said hunger is coercive, or it's coercion. So I don't think nature can coerce people. Only people can coerce people. So if you're alone on an island, you're going to have to work to produce what you need to survive. Maybe you'll have to climb a tree and get some coconuts. So, but you're not being coerced by nature. Coercion, properly understood in the context of a discussion of political philosophy, means some other human being is applying physical force against you. So just the fact that nature prevents you from, by your nature as a human being, you have needs that you need to satisfy. That doesn't mean you're being coerced. It's when someone puts a gun to your head or puts you in chains or whips you, that's when you're being coerced.
Okay, so that part was not really relevant to the issue where I'm kind of honing in on it. But I guess it'll come up soon. I'm just clearing away a possible confusion. Like, I don't think nature can coerce, only people can coerce. Okay, but is it actual coercion if someone makes me this offer? It says, you can be you can have this cure for your child's cancer, but you're going to have to be my slave or my servant for the rest of your life. Is that an instance of coercion? Which I guess is somewhat different than the issue of whether it should be legal, which is what I've been discussing mostly in this live stream, whether these sorts of arrangements should be legal or whether they're valid concepts. I haven't been asking whether they're coercive. I've been assuming actually that they're not coercive, like people have voluntary agreements to get a sex change or to be blinded. So there is no coercion involved. Maybe I speak more in terms, it's been a long time since I've heard this clip. Maybe in this clip I speak mostly in terms of coercion, but the question can still be asked as to whether these are valid contracts or not.
I mean, I do think that there was a very relevant point being made that you said about nature not being coercive. And there's really two things going at the same time here, which is somebody having the cure for cancer, and apparently he's the only one having it. And enforcing, but enforcing a contract to be a slave. So, I mean, I've in that sense, I think there's one big contradiction in the sense that I cannot. Yeah, like you have to use fantasy to create this example in the sense that there's a world where a state is enforcing contracts to be a slave, but yet there's still a possibility to create cures for cancers, which I think you will never get in the kind of culture that you need to have a lawyer and judges and politicians all agreeing on the fact that you can have a slave. Like, so, like, logically speaking, I'm just trying to put it in the context of how would it actually look like in reality, and then it's like, how is that even possible? That's what I like about Anthem, how this equality guy who actually knows how to make electricity and a lamp and whatever, and where that's not possible to be a part of government, of how are the people called over there, the scientists in that book, the council of scientists, or I
Scholars.
don't know, the scholars or something. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, and the place they live in therefore is also very poor, and they don't have such things. So, like, there's no way out of, you have to use fantasy to have this context. And in that sense, yeah, I don't know, I find it difficult then, because I would agree, of course, that I don't know if this would all be possible. It would not be coercive to say, I will only give you X if you will give me Y, and then you're free to fill in whatever. But yeah, again, it's not possible. So we're using like two standards at the same time, which I don't know. It feels impossible to me, which makes it very difficult for me to have like a good answer to it. But I think the point that you made about, I don't think nature can coerce people, makes his notion of hunger being coercive, then that falls apart. So then, if that falls apart, then why does the second part of the question is still be allowed to be intact? To put it that way, if that's
Okay.
proper English, because I also have a hard time explaining my thoughts over here.
So one comment is there are different senses of possibility. Like you were saying, you don't think this scenario is possible. So one sense of possibility is metaphysical possibility. And in that sense, I think this is possible, this scenario he's describing, um, which isn't to say it's likely, but just that it's something that could happen. It's within the nature of things. At least it's not clear to me that it's impossible metaphysically for there to be this sort of case where someone makes me an offer and says, I'll give you this cure for your child's cancer if you be my servant for life. Um, well, I mean, so another sense of possibility is epistemological possibility, which has to do with whether there's evidence for a claim, not whether with it's in the nature of things for something to happen under certain conditions. Um, so like it's metaphysically impossible for a human to fly just by flapping his arms. Um, it's that's a different claim than saying something is epistemologically impossible, What would be a case of epistemological impossibility? Well, I guess any arbitrary claim that, like, if I say there is life in another galaxy, in my mind, that's not that would be an arbitrary claim. I have no basis for thinking that. It um, so maybe I guess it's metaphysically possible as far as I know, but I wouldn't say it's epistemologically possible, because to say it's epistemologically possible is to say I've actually got some clues that are leading me to think that there in fact might be evidence in another galaxy, whereas I don't have any of that. Maybe somebody else does, but I don't. So in my mind, it would be arbitrary. I feel like I'm straying a bit from where I wanted to go, um, but I just wanted to make the point that I don't think it's a metaphysically impossible case that he's raising. Um, you might still think it's very, and actually, I do say I think it's a very strange case. I say that later in this clip, but a case might be strange and still worth thinking about for the sake of getting clear on your principles, how they work. Um, Another point I wanted to make is Ayn Rand gives an example of a rational spider in Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. I think that's where she gives it. She's talking about how should we define human beings? Should we define, let's say we define human beings as the rational animal, and then we encounter this other species, this spider-looking thing, but it has rationality. Should
Mm.
we should we categorize that thing as a man since it's a rational animal or a rational organism, or should we create some new term for it? And she argues that the differences would be so great between this new thing and what we now call human beings that we would have to form a new concept for it. We couldn't just call it a man. Now, you might say, well, a rational spider, that's impossible. There couldn't be such a thing. Maybe even metaphysically impossible.
Mhm.
But it's still a case that might be worth considering just to illustrate this point about the nature of concepts and how they're properly formed or not formed. So maybe likewise, there are some sorts of hypotheticals that are worth considering, even if they are impossible in some sense. So I do want to play some more of this, but did you want to jump in now and say anything more at this point?
No, I mean you could play the rest, but I had to laugh a bit because of the rational spider. I never heard it. It was a pretty funny example, but nothing against hypotheticals, and but in the case of the rational spider, I don't know. It just stays funny to me. But in the case of the rational spider, you know, it is a rational being, let's say, and in his example, um, you know a rational spider would not enslave me, let's say, if we establish that slavery is irrational. So in that sense, why use the standard of irrationality? Um, I mean, that's the way how you would have to answer the question if it is an irrational question. But but you can play the rest if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, just before I play the rest, I want to share this passage. I found the place in ITOE, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, where Rand mentions the rational spider. So I'm just going to share that on the screen. It's in the context of discussing borderline cases, like how should we classify some new entity which has some of the characteristics of one concept, but some of the characteristics of another concept. So I'm going to start here. Um, she says the optional area, like when it's optional to form a concept as opposed to when it's mandatory to form a concept. The optional area includes also the favorite category and straw man of modern philosophers, the borderline case. By borderline case, they mean existence which share some characteristics with the reference of a given concept, but lack others, or which share some characteristics with the reference of two different concepts and are, in effect, epistemological middle-of-the-roaders. For example, certain primitive organisms that biologists are unable to classify fully as either animals or plants. The modern philosophers' favorite examples of this problem, in quotes, are expressed by such questions as what precise shade of color represents the conceptual borderline between red and orange? Or, if you had never seen any swans but white ones, and then discovered a black one, by what criteria would you decide whether to classify it as a swan or to give it a different name and coin a new concept? Or, if you discovered the existence of a Martian who had a rational mind but a spider's body, would you classify him as a rational animal, i.e., as man? All this is accompanied by the complaint that nature doesn't tell us which choice to make, and purports to demonstrate that concepts represent arbitrary groupings formed by human social whim, that they are not determined by objective criteria and have no cognitive validity. And she goes on. I'm not going to read all of this, but let me just get to the spider part. She says, in the case of the rational spider from Mars, if such a creature were possible, the differences between him and man would be so great that this study of one would scarcely apply to the other, and therefore the formation of a new concept to designate the Martians would be objectively mandatory. Okay. So I think that's all I'll read from that point. So she says, she seems to imply here, maybe it's not even possible. If such a creature were possible, maybe it's not, but if it were, then this is how we should classify it. So that's a case where Rand is entertaining a hypothetical which might not be possible for the sake of illustrating some other point.
Yeah, I do think it's very telling that she does put that in parentheses, if such a creature were possible, which is something that in the beginning of the call, I said that I see these questions a lot, and but it doesn't have that if it is possible note. So I do think that that's an important thing that she adds.
Well, some of the cases I've discussed, they're not only possible, they're actual, like cases of sex change operations and this woman who wanted to be blind. So there wouldn't be a need to put a qualifier about that being possible since it's actually happened. Okay, but I do want to play some more of this clip. Let me go back to that. Okay. I'll back up just a few seconds.
Your head, or puts you in chains, or whips you. That's when you're being coerced.
Well, let's go back to my example. So let's say a child is dying, parent wants to save the child. I can do that, but my condition is you have to be my slave and do anything I say for the rest of your life. Is that a moral transaction in your system?
Well, I mean, saying someone has to be your slave, if that means that, they have to, for the rest of their lives, I mean, would that even be a life worth living? Possibly not. So I think, if you're in that situation and you need cancer treatments and you can't afford it, I think the thing to do is seek voluntary assistance. So, you could go to your family, go to your friends, try to do an online fundraiser and ask people, instead of putting a gun to people's heads and demanding that they support you, which is in effect what you do when you bring the government in. It's saying you're forcibly required to support other people. I think the proper thing to do is seek people's voluntary assistance.
But that's like avoiding the question in a little bit. So the question is more, say you've done all of that, you don't have enough money, and the only person offering you the way to save your child's life is you have to be their slave.
Okay. I don't know how realistic that is, but I can think it through.
It's actually very, very realistic. This happens all the time, all over the world.
That people say you have to be my slave if you want me to help cure you of cancer?
It's more general than that, but let's just go with the analogy. Yes, this is a very, very, very literal example, but just try to think it through and see, is this moral in your model?
Okay, I don't think it's a
that's a
literal
literal
example.
example, by the way.
Yeah. Now, I still want to try to engage with the hypothetical, even though I don't think it's literal. Later in the call, he's going to say, well, this happens all the time. It's like indentured servitude. But no, indentured servitude is enslavement for life. It's usually a contract for like 3 to 7 years. I was reading about that recently. So I think it is a very unusual case and not a literal sort of example that happens all the time. I'll just say that. Even though I don't think that's really the most important thing here. I do want to consider the hypothetical, but so I'm going to continue here.
All right. So maybe it'd be easiest for me to think it through if I put myself in this situation. So if I'm the one with cancer and
Your child has cancer.
all right, my child has cancer, and then you happen to be the only one with a cure. Is that the idea?
Yes, I'm the only one who's willing to help you. I have the means to help you, money or whatever. Only one who's willing to help you, but only under the condition you are my slave for the rest of your life.
All right, so you're the only person on the face of the earth who's willing to help for some reason.
Could just be
You're the
time or
only
distance. Could be any reason.
All right, and you.
This guy here says I'm not answering the question. I think there was another chat to that effect.
But can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Because exactly what I was thinking crosses a bit with the guy saying that you're not answering the question. I think that the whole thing is exactly that. It's about answering the question and seemingly winning or losing the debate, and then the question becomes who is winning, who's losing, and that's, I think, the nature of these kinds of questions, and that's what the people watching it want. So it's like a gladiator fight. It's like he's not answering the question. You know, I don't know. It becomes a bit like who is seemingly winning the debate or losing the debate. And I don't know. That's the kind of feeling that I get from these kind of questions. What do you think about that? Do you think it's a very genuine?
I think it's genuine. At least I don't see why it couldn't be. I don't have a problem with this guy saying I'm not answering the question. I am sort of I'm going slow. I'm not trying to give a quick answer because I'm feeling kind of uncomfortable at this point, probably. If I remember, at least soon I will be, if not at this point. But I think I haven't really answered the question TJump is putting to me, and I'm trying to kind of screen off certain confusions or possible confusions that one might have listening to this. So like first I was talking about how nature doesn't coerce. And I think at some point, I haven't said it yet, but I might say, well, this isn't really slavery if I voluntarily agreed to it. So let's not call it that. Maybe call it being a servant. But even once you clear away all those nuanced points, I think there's still a core question that I haven't answered at this point. So I don't have a problem with this commenter saying this. And as for like being an issue of optics and winning the debate, I'm not really concerned with that. Like, I have this question in my own mind. It's even if I'm not debating this with anybody, it would be a genuine question in my own mind that I don't have a good answer to. So I'm happy to discuss it. I mean, it could be used as a way to just beat down someone who has a different viewpoint, but I don't think TJump is being bad faith in that sort of way. I think he could sincerely have a question about this, as I do. So, all right, let me keep on here.
Could just be
You're the
time
only
or
one.
distance. Could be any reason.
All right, and you say that you're only going to help. You, the only person who can help, are only going to help if my child agrees to be your slave for the rest of
if you agree to be my
I still haven't completely understood the example. He has to clarify it a couple times. I stated it perfectly clear when I first set this clip up, but that's because in hindsight, I've gotten clear on the example. But it took me a while to actually understand the example. Maybe that's part of the reason I hadn't answered it from the right out of the gate.
Are only going to help if my child agrees to be your slave for the rest of
if you agree to be my slave, I will save your child. Child's gonna be fine.
Okay, I agree to be your slave for the rest of my life if you will save my child.
Yep.
Well, first, it is a weird situation. I got to say that, but I'll try to see if I can think this through.
I was breaking up a little. My connection was not very good.
See if I can think this through. I think part of why it's hard to think through is because it is so weird. But let me see what I can do with it. So if I'm going to be your slave for the rest of my life if you help. I don't know that can be enforced, which maybe that's an irrelevant issue, but I don't know that the government.
Someone just said in the chat.
That can be
let me pause it.
Which maybe that's an irrelevant.
TJump is essentially describing indentured servitude, which is very common. Yes, indentured servitude was common, but it wasn't common that you would be someone's slave for your entire life, which is what TJump said. Indentured servitude was usually a term of 3 to 7 years. That's what I learned in my recent reading. Okay, but let me go back.
For the rest of my life, if you help. I don't know that can be enforced, which maybe that's an irrelevant issue, but I don't know that that's something the government could enforce, like a terms of a contract that says someone is going to be someone else's slave. I mean, I can try to think it through, like on the assumption that is something, a sort of contract that a government could enforce.
Well, the government wouldn't have to enforce it. I'm going to literally have you in chains. It's going to be enforced by me. So the enforcement part isn't the issue here. It's more, is that a moral contract, a moral transaction?
I did not remember that part, that he was primarily interested in whether this was a moral transaction. Now, my interest here was in this live stream has been whether it should be legal. So I was more or enforceable by government in a proper capitalist system. So I guess our interests have been, my interest and TJump's interest are different. So I had forgotten that, but I think both get addressed, at least to some extent, in this call.
Moral. So the enforcement part isn't the issue here. It's more, is that a moral contract, a moral transaction?
I mean, I don't think I think it's likely not moral, at least on your part. So we can ask, whether it's moral for you to make the offer, and then we can also ask whether it's moral for me to accept the offer. Are you asking about both or one?
Well, no, I'm asking because on both cases, both people are having a voluntary transaction. I voluntarily choose to offer you the cure to cancer, and you voluntarily agree to the terms or the price, which is slavery. Both of those seem to be voluntary interactions. So under the system of objectivism, as you've described it, that seems like it would be a moral or acceptable transaction.
Well, just because something is voluntary doesn't mean it's moral. So I think being voluntary is a necessary but not sufficient condition of being moral. I mean, there are many voluntary things I could do. I could overeat, I could get drunk, I could get addicted to drugs, all voluntarily, but that doesn't make it moral.
So sorry to confuse the moral language, but this is like, if we're in a government who has laws or whatever, would this be an acceptable transaction, or should we make this illegal? My government, this is going to be illegal.
Okay, now he's off the moral point and asking about the legality of it, and that's really what I've been interested in.
But
Like,
the
what
the
should these
switching.
be valid contracts? Are these, in another way of putting that, should these be enforceable? Should one be able to make a contract for a sex change, or to be someone's servant for life, or to have your eyes blinded? Are these valid contracts, which the government should enforce or not? Okay, but you wanted to say something, Agosti.
Yeah, well, so like 2 minutes ago, the point was explicitly made that the government is not an issue, right? Because one critique that you made was, I don't think it's enforceable. So, and now, so the context keeps switching, and that's why I have this feeling or this thought, let's say, that these kind of questions don't really have anything to do with either philosophy or politics, and more like who is winning, who is losing, who is asking the question that the other guy cannot answer, and I think it's more sensational. Let's say.
Okay. Um, well, I don't see it that way, and I'm sure people often do that, and they're going for optics. But my primary concern in discussing this is just to get clear. Like, no one confronted me with this topic today and said, go on stream and talk about this for hours. I just was thinking, well, I'm not clear in my own mind about this, and I want to get more clear about it. So let me discuss this, and maybe talking it through and getting some feedback from people in chat, or discussing in a call will help me understand this better. So regardless of, what T-Jump's purpose was here, if he was trying to win a
Uh-huh,
debate and
uh-huh,
make me
uh-huh.
look bad, I'm not really concerned about that. My primary concern is just to understand it myself. So I see reason to
Mm-hmm.
discuss it independent of what anyone else's motive might have been. All right, let me start this again.
To confuse the moral language, this is like, if we're in a government who has laws or whatever, would this be an acceptable transaction, or should we make this illegal? My government, this is going to be illegal.
Okay, well, if it's involving slavery, and if slavery means coercion, then no, I don't think it should be legal. But then I think maybe what you're asking about is something other than slavery. Because if it's really voluntary, I wouldn't call it slavery. Because I think by definition, slavery is where you are coercing somebody.
You can call
So
it whatever you'd like.
We could call it like a really strange
Indentured
work agreement.
servitude.
There you go. So I made the point, as I said, as I remembered, I thought I made this point, and here we just heard it, that it's not actually slavery if you consent to it, but we could call it something else. We could call it, he says, indentured servitude. You could call it being someone's servant for life, but whatever you call it, should that thing be legal? The thing which we're assuming does not involve initiation of force, because both sides have consented to it.
Slavery is where you are coercing somebody.
You can call
So
it whatever you'd like.
We could call it like a really strange
Indentured servitude.
What?
Indentured servitude.
Indentured servitude. Yeah. So it's a very long-term agreement. There's no like at-will thing that says you can terminate employment whenever you want, but the conditions are you have to work for me, do what I tell you to do, be my employee for the rest of your life. But we can't call it slavery because I would be agreeing to it voluntarily. I mean, I'm wondering whether that's the sort of contract that could actually be made. I mean, I think there are such things as unenforceable contracts. And if this does run afoul of a legitimate sort of contract, then maybe that just makes this a moot question. But I want to try to go with it as far as I can. I mean, if we assume that it's a legitimate voluntary agreement to make, there's one question is, would I do it? Another question is it moral for me?
Well, suppose you're a super loving parent and you want to save your child, and you'll do anything to save your child. So somebody will do it.
I might. I mean, it's kind of like risking my life for a child. Like if my child is drowning, I might risk my life to save my child. And this is kind of like risking my life in a different sort of way to save my child. So I might be willing to do that. Maybe in the course of serving my life sentence to you, I would just kill myself pretty quickly if it looked like there was no prospects of getting out of the situation. Or I would try to find some way to get out of it, maybe talk you out of it. But anyways, yeah, I might at least initially agree to it, and then I would have to think more later about, what are my options? Do I kill myself?
Well, again, the question isn't specifically what you would do. The question is under objectivism, is this a moral transaction or a correct legal transaction, an appropriate transaction, something we would allow in the government, a fair trade? Is this a fair trade?
I'm not sure. I think maybe the answer is yes. There are people who might know better than I, like scholars of the law, people who specialize in legal philosophy or political philosophy, who are also knowledgeable about objectivism, who might argue that no, this would be an illegitimate kind of arrangement, both morally illegitimate and legally. Off the top of my own head, I'm not sure. So I think maybe, but it's just not a case I'm sure about 100% off the top of my head. But I think it's a weird case.
Well, yeah, so it's a literal case of actual indentured servitude.
Okay, so I say I'm not sure, and I say, well, there are other people in objectivism, legal scholars, maybe they've worked this out more, but for myself, I'm not sure, and that's actually where I'm still at right now. I'm still not sure what to say about. Well, I haven't considered TJump's particular example in a while. Would I say that his example should be legal? I'm Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. Maybe I probably lean towards saying no, but I don't know that I could defend that very well, that it's not a legit kind of contract. But I sort of lean in that direction with my feelings, but I want to be able to defend it with reason and not just have a feeling. And I don't feel like I could defend that very well now. But this segment is almost over. Let me just play a little bit more, and this is where he talks about it actually being a real sort of case. He says it's indentured servitude, but I've already said I don't think that term really applies. But let me just play to the end of this part.
I'm sure about 100% off the top of my head, but I think it's a weird case.
Well, yeah, so it's a literal case of actual indentured servitude, and cancer is just one possible way. Hunger is another. Housing is another. Protection from wind and rain and things. There are thousands of ways you could die in the world, and tens of thousands of ways. And there are tens of thousands of different ways to prevent that, and they all require something, and usually it's something people don't have. Like, it's the whole point of orphan drugs that cost $600,000 a year or whatever. And so there are lots of parents who have to do lots of very questionable things to keep their children alive in this world. And in our legal system in America, that's coercion. It would be called coercion. It would be illegal to do that. It's bad. And I think that is the correct moral and political position to have on those kinds of topics, is that they are a form of coercion.
Well, I think these sorts of cases, whether they're coercive or not, and I'm not sure they are coercive, but whether they are or not, I just think it's I don't know how relevant these cases are, because I don't think they would really be an issue in the kind of society I envision. I think there would be plenty of benevolence. I think people would be much better able to take care of themselves or any sick children they might have. So, and I understand you don't agree with that, but just, it gets to just the empirical facts about the matter that we disagree on. But I think the philosophical explanation of why there would be fewer of these sorts of situations in the kind of society I envision is that my system leaves people's reason free. They're free to.
Okay, so he tries to broaden it and says this is actually a really common thing and it happens all the time. There are all kinds of reasons someone might die, weather, lack of food, lack of housing, etc. So I think he might be trying to build a case for a socialist sort of system that allows there to be coercion all over the place. And um, maybe maybe this relates to the issue of emergencies. Like if you see emergencies all over the place, you might think and if you also say initiating force is justified in cases of emergency, then I guess we can justify initiating force all over the place. And maybe this sort of thing came up in the last call with Noes. So I think there's a kind of slippery slope argument here, which doesn't work. Not every slippery slope sort of argument is a valid sort of argument. I think there's a valid distinction between emergencies and non-emergencies, and that can stop the slide down the slope into complete socialism. But anyways, I think that's probably enough, or as much as I wanted to play from this debate right now. So, is Agosti still here, or did he hang up?
I'm still here, but for me the example that he gave is still not really clear.
Oh, the example was he has a cure for my child's cancer,
No,
and he'll give.
I I understood the rudiments of it, but the specifics were not there. So they were like multiple. He changed the specifics, and so I don't know. The details changed every 3 minutes or so. So the example in its totality for me not really that clear.
Okay.
And I think the point that you made about the slippery slope is, I think, the actual what's actually happening there. So it's really about something else, and then it's not clear what exactly.
Okay. All right. Let me stop this screen share. What do I have labeled as the next section on? Oh, coercion and prosperity. Yeah, I was saying in the next segment that you don't get into these sorts of situations of dire need if you have a free society. You're less likely to have to be in these emergency situations. Whereas if you have a very poor society, like I mentioned, Cambodia during some periods of its history and USSR during the Holodomor famine, you manufacture emergencies. Life becomes maybe in that sort of case, you could say you're living in a constant emergency on the edge of death. But that's because of the nature of the political system. This came up in the previous call with Ono's, aka Brinkwill. All right, I want to let me see what's going on in the chat. Still got some people here. Florida Nick just came in with a comment. Also, if you became a slave, what will happen to your child? How old is your child? Okay. Been a while since there were chats. I guess people were mostly listening. But we still got some people here. Got some more likes. Thanks for those. All right. Well, I don't know where to go next. I still have Agosti here. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss while you're here on the call?
Well, I mean, I think we covered enough about the crazy the crazy questions that do you want to be a slave in or do you want making it legal for doctors to blind people? One thing that I am curious about, which I think is a real, for me, very difficult to put it to a rational perspective, is the actual case of lobbying, and to be more precise how objectivists in general and also Ayn Rand herself talked about it. So I cannot be on the call for too long. Maybe this was a topic that I should have raised in the beginning, because in not too long I really have to go to bed and wake up fresh in the morning. But if you would like, we could talk like 15 minutes or so about that topic, because I do think it's because there is a rational and an irrational side to lobbying, which can be hard to separate and see clearly. And yeah, so that's something that I will be interested in. And if you're also, we can talk about it. And otherwise, I would say
Yeah,
let's
we
call
can talk
another
about
time.
that.
So what you want?
Yeah, yeah. That's fine. Go ahead. You can start it off.
Okay, so just like the libertarian and the anarchist arguments about being principled and everything that contradicts that in practice is therefore problematic. I think the when I read objectivism's critiques of lobbying, I agree with the idea of, in an under a individual rights protecting state, there would not be lobbying, in the sense of lobbying is a program that happens under mixed systems. At the other side, I don't think lobbying happens a lot under uh, governments without any individual rights. So it really seems to be one side or the other, and it really is something that occurs in mixed systems, like we have the mixed economies right now. But that also means that you have good lobbying and bad lobbying. And if you put it into that perspective, I have tried to find, for my own consultations that I make, to find like blogs or writers that are pro objectivism or pro reason or pro capitalism or whatever, that are that write or talk about lobbying. And when and that's something that I never found. And I don't know why, because I do think that there is a rational way, just like economics. I do think there's a rational way of looking at these things. And I can give you one practical example, and then I would like to get your reaction on it from your objectivism perspective. So in the Netherlands, you have social housing, and you have, it's not really a free market, but they call it like a free market, which basically means there's no cap on the rent that you can ask for rental houses. But in most of the countries in Europe, around under 10% of the total amount of rental houses are social. And in the Netherlands, that is around over 30%. And we have a history of that being even 50%. And at the same time, to make houses, to keep the cap on the rental price without totally destroying the incentive of renters to rent houses, the government also gives money to people under a certain amount of income, to help pay the rent. That rent, of course, then goes to the landlord. Now, these subsidies, it's good that you put it, yeah, that you write it down. The subsidies, in that sense, are, of course, anti-capitalism. But in the case of the question, is it better for the social housing or is it better for the free market? In that sense, the subsidies are better for the free market because it moves towards a bigger share of the pie for the developers of housing, rather than the government controls social housing, because they don't get subsidies to the renters, but to the ones making the houses which are built on subsidies. So in that sense, I am of course against subsidies, but if you would lobby for subsidies to go to renters instead of builders directly, so to the social project, let's say, you get into this, I don't like to say it, but like gray area of the, in a literal sense, it's of course not pro-capitalism, but if you look at where are we going and what side is it more convenient for, then I'm more inclined to say, looking at the reality where we are today and thinking about where we want to be in the future, it is a change for the better to have it to go to, for example, the income of people instead of, and therefore having a bigger expanding, let's say, the role of the builders, which are private. So it's a pretty technical question, but to put it very short, there are cases of something being seemingly anti-capitalistic, but it moves still more into that direction and farther away from the collective housing, let's say. So if you would like to ask a question about it, maybe I can clarify it a bit. But it's a difficult subject because you are doing this dance with the government between private actors and public actors. So you could say, well, from the start, it's already anti-capitalistic. But you could also make the case, well, we are living in a situation where they are either working together with private actors or with the corporations, the social corporations, which are they are given a legal task. And you cannot say the same thing for the private actors. So for me, it's a bit like comparing it with Ayn Rand getting Social Security, and then people making the case like, oh, that's hypocrisy. But you know, I think that in the case of as I was describing, it's too easy to say that it's bad to lobby for subsidies to go to the income of renters. Even though from the start you could say that it's anti-capitalistic, but if you look at the bigger picture, you're moving more towards private incentives in the housing market, which is very heavily regulated in the Netherlands. And that's why you could say, well, if you look at the direction that it's leading politically, then you could say it's proper and pro-capitalistic to lobby for subsidies in that sense. So that's the difficulty, right? You're lobbying for subsidies, but at the same time with the belief or conviction, I think, that is actually pro-capitalistic, based on the idea that you're not living in this capitalistic world, and that you're initiating, let's do subsidies. That's not really the context. So in that sense, I'm if I look at economics and law, I can find many examples of authors, writers, speakers that have incredible things to say about how to degrowth programs and whatever. But in the case of lobbying, I find it very difficult to find this like rational arguments, which I don't know. And in not being able to find that, I feel a bit like bad lobbying becomes the overarching association that the pro-freedom thinkers, let's say, get with the concept of lobbying. So if you have a question, please please ask, because you would help me out with making it more clear. But
Okay. I have some thoughts which I was making some notes on this
Yeah.
Google Doc here. So I didn't understand all the details of the case of lobbying, and maybe we can get into that some more. But I thought of some other sorts of cases which I think are parallel or analogous to your sort of case. So let's say that in a capitalist society, I'll take this last one here first. Um, there shouldn't be any foreign aid funded by taxation. So because it's coercive, you can voluntarily choose to help anyone you want, but if it's funded by taxation, then it's money coercively taken. But you might say, okay, well, given that there is taxation and some of it's going to go to foreign countries, there's still a difference between whether we give that foreign aid to a country like Israel, which is an ally, versus giving it to a country like Iran, which is
Exactly.
an enemy because it took our diplomats hostage back in 1979 and it funds terrorism, or through proxy groups, it funds terrorists who kill Americans, if that's what Iran does. And then versus like a neutral country, which it's not like a evil theocracy like Iran, but it's also not an ally like Israel. It's more neutral. I don't actually know what Nepal's situation is, but if we assume that we've got a basically good country, a basically bad country, and then some country which is sort of in the middle, I think it would make sense to say it'd be better to give foreign aid funded by taxes to Israel rather than Nepal, and better to give it to Nepal rather than some country like Iran, which is trying to destroy Americans, and chants, death to America, and calls us the Great Satan. So I think a parallel case could be made about lobbying. Like maybe in a laissez-faire society, there's not going to be any lobbying, but if there is going to be lobbying, there's going to be some cases that it's better to lobby for than others. That seems reasonable to me. Some are more, if you see some might be more in the direction of capitalism, as you were saying, more in favor of expanding the private market as opposed to the government market or the government sphere. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And there's some other examples I gave here, like charter schools versus vouchers. There's a discussion on how to get to privatization in the United States with regard to the education system. The K through 12 system, at least, is dominated by government schools, and there are ways of making steps towards privatization. I don't think either of these is something you would have in a fully private system, charter schools or vouchers, but you might think one or the other of these is closer to that. I don't know. I don't have a view on that, but that's just another similar kind of case. And just to go over the last example I have here, which I wrote first, energy subsidies. There shouldn't be any energy subsidies to various technologies, but you might think, well, if wind and solar haven't proved themselves as being viable forms of energy that are reliable and cost effective, whereas fossil fuels have, maybe it makes more sense if we're going to give companies, energy companies, subsidies, to give it to the ones that have proven themselves rather than the ones that haven't. So I think if I get the gist of your main point, it seems right to me that certain some lobbying can be better than others because it's leading us in a better direction. That seems right to me.
Yeah, and I think those examples are spot on in that sense, and which is what for me begs the question. So this question of, you know, the reality right now is that we do tax, and that we, that we do redistribute, and within that context, you can do it to expand that program, and you can do it to privatize it more. The progress that it's going to. So it can be pro and anti freedom, let's say. So for me, what begs the question is, in the case of lobbying, I see that being discussed less well, let's say. So it has this aura around it that it's per definition bad, more so than even redistribution, Jesus Christ, of taxation. So, for example, foreign aid. I don't know how it looks like under capitalism. In that sense, I'm not a political expert. So I don't know. But what I do know is that in conversations mainly, but also in literature, these are less. Um, these really have two sides. And with lobbying, to me, it seems always to go to the, well, it's bad side. Yeah, even the pro-capitalist, pro-freedom people, or the potential pro-freedom people, let's put it that way, even they are, I don't know, just associating it with something bad. But I think, for example, lobbying for example, in the Netherlands, it's becoming almost illegal to lobby for tobacco companies. So at one side, you have regulations for it, but normally lobbying exists because of regulations. But it is mostly the right. I don't know how that is in the US, but here it's mostly the right that is pushing both end regulations and not being able to lobby on those regulations from certain categories that we have. So one of them is then the tobacco industry. So I don't know. I feel like the issue of lobbying should become more easy to talk about. And maybe I'm wrong about this, but my experience is that this is, I don't know, being seen as something very bad. And I don't know really why, because you do protect interests of private companies that are being regulated, and the regulations give rise to the lobbying itself. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe your experience is different, but mine is that, for example, the foreign aid issue, you can find really good critiques about, yeah, we should not have the redistribution, but it's better to give it to Israel than to Iran, And but then when it comes to lobbying, I don't know, it becomes a whole different ball game, which I don't really clearly understand why.
Well, maybe because it's seen as an issue of just degrees of evil, and in an ideal system, there shouldn't be any lobbying at all. And so lobbying has this association with it only exists as part of a bad system. And the emphasis that free marketers or people who are out there arguing for free markets usually have when the issue of lobbying comes up, I guess, is to talk about it in a negative sort of light. I don't think they would deny that some lobbying is better than others, but they might see it as just like a degrees of evil kind of issue. One case that I mentioned here in the Google Doc is social media companies lobbying for certain regulations. Like I think tech companies like Facebook, they sometimes say that they want to cooperate with the government. Maybe if they see they're going to be regulated anyways and there's nothing they can do to stop that, they might say, okay, well, if we're going to be regulated, at least it'd be better if we have some input as to what the regulations are
Hmm.
than to just let the government bureaucrats decide what it's going to be, or to let only our competitors have an influence on what the regulations are going to be. And I think I've heard Yaron Brook mention this sort of case on his podcast, that it's understandable that media companies would want to have some input on the regulations that are going to shackle them. If they're going to wear shackles, might as well have them a little better fitting than they otherwise would be. But it's still, you don't want to be wearing shackles. That's the overarching point. You don't want to lose sight of that. Um, so I think I'm guessing that's probably why lobbying is typically discussed with a kind of negative slant to it. But I think people would, free marketers, or at least objectivists like your own book, would probably agree that some lobbying is better than others.
Yeah, maybe it's more like a cultural critic more than an objectivism critique. I mean, most of the time I vote right wing, for example, and so I'm a bit flabbergasted with how, it's especially the right wing that chooses these anti-lobby laws, um, especially in the case of housing and tobacco, um, and also the casinos. Um, but maybe it's more like a cultural critic. But I still have this idea that, I do try to find um, like people that specialize in public affairs, that are also inclined to be pro individual rights, even if it is implicit. And I don't know, I just cannot find it. And I've been trying to to look for it for like years, and was never be able to find it. But if you are working in law, or if you're working in economics, or in politics, there is enough material out there. And I don't know why it's so difficult to find this in the case of lobbying.
I guess most people who are interested in the field of lobbying, I would guess they're not particularly keen on, or particularly favorable towards, a free market system. The people who are more drawn to that are more likely to be people who think there should be a substantial role for the government to play in the economy, and that's probably why you don't find people in that line of work who have individualist principles. Um,
I mean, the frustration that I have is, ironically enough, that, for example, the office that I work for, um, like the CEO of the company actually has Atlas Shrugged, and the previous CEO also had Atlas Shrugged. The senior lobbyist that I work together with, he has Atlas Shrugged. They're all. That's why I call many people potential capitalists, or potential objectivists. I don't say it to them, obviously, but in the privacy of my mind, I think in terms of potential capitalists, let's say. And that's where the frustration is, where I think, if I was working in a law office and I had these same people, I know that they would be way more outspoken. But I think there's this it's just not there, the people to inspire the people that are, again, potential capitalists, to put it more in their consultations, and to put it more in their work, more in their marketing, their PR, is would be more towards speaking out for free markets in housing and these kind of things. And I see the potential in the individuals that would do that. And I see them also in other areas, but I don't see them in lobbying. And yeah, that's where the frustration comes from, is because I think that it's true what you say, that they don't act the way that, they don't believe in the principles in that sense. But I think it's a case of the the people to inspire them to be there, to do that, are not there. And I think that that's more like the frustration. Whereas if sometimes I speak with a professor of economics to make like certain documents, like a vision document, and he is like he knows Milton Friedman, and he is like in the Netherlands we have a system that give points to rental houses, and then you have to base your rental price on these points. And he is one of the few outspoken people in the media who is very much against these systems, and he gets that idea from his pro freedom. I would not call him a capitalist, but like his pro freedom approach. And that's because of the many examples we have of economists who are speaking out for that stuff. But in lobbying, we don't see it. So the offices are also not putting it out because they don't have it, even though they have Atlas Shrugged. So, maybe I'm a bit over my head, but it's a real frustration in the evening. I mean, in the afternoon, while working, I have a lot of energy, and then the whole challenge is what gives me a lot of motivation. But in the evening, you do think to yourself, like, if the objectivists and if the people in universities that for sure to be more pro freedom because you see the way that in some conversations how they are, and the fact that they have Atlas Shrugged example, um, it's just a bummer that we don't have these people that are speaking out for, like, lobbying doesn't have to be anti-capitalism, like in the context of the mixed economy that we have.
Maybe you could be a person to speak out about that. I don't know if that's something you're interested in or would be comfortable with, but maybe you could start a blog or a YouTube channel. And people have different. Sometimes people want to be anonymous about their views, and they think it might harm their employment potential if they make it public what their views are. So I don't know what considerations you might have to navigate there, but it was just something that occurred to me. Maybe you could be the guy who makes a case for good lobbying that takes us more in the direction of capitalism. And these CEOs you mentioned with Atlas Shrugged, I was thinking, well, one issue is, have they actually read it? Do they just have the book? If they have read it, what is their attitude towards it? Many people in Silicon Valley, I think, many tech startup entrepreneurs have been very influenced by Ayn Rand and Atlas Shrugged. But that doesn't necessarily mean they agree with the entire philosophy. Maybe they just find the inspiring vision in it, but they still hold many statist views, leftist views. But also, I was thinking, have you had a conversation with any of these CEOs about Atlas Shrugged? Maybe, I don't know if that's something you would be comfortable with or open to, given your position, but if you could somehow join forces with them, if they are of like mind, maybe if you could find that out by having a conversation, and then if they feel similarly to you about the direction they want to take things, if they also want to make things go in a more capitalist direction, then maybe if they know they have allies in their midst, maybe you could use that to your advantage in some way. I'm not sure how. Maybe you know better than I, but those are just some thoughts I had as you were telling me about your situation. Oh, just one other thought. I'll make this my last one for now. I don't know what other employment opportunities you might be open to, but if you find this job is frustrating for the kind of reasons you've been discussing, then Maybe there's something else out there that you would find more enjoyable. But yeah, that's all I had for now.
Well, first of all, the starting with your last question, I do find it very enjoyable, and lots of that has to do with the motivation that you get from it. So you do, so I do enjoy it very, very much. But the first question was maybe you should start something for yourself in this sense. I mean, uh, I have thought about that, but the reason why I'm not doing it is because of I. It is a lot of effort, and maybe it's a bad reason to give, but um, I don't know if I'm very good at it. And you could say, well, the whole secret, to put it that way, is to be consistent and to do it, and not only quality. It should also be consistency, and that's true. But I don't know. Maybe in a later stage. But it is something that I don't find dumb. It's something that I do see value in. And then about people like CEOs, it's not only the CEO, it's also like just like a senior advisor that has Atlas Shrugged. They all didn't read it, by the way. Oh, the one read it, and that was the previous CEO. He did read it, Atlas Shrugged. And they maybe don't abide by the principles, but the fact that they have it and the fact that they feel interested in it also means something, in the sense that uh, and that's where the frustration, maybe frustration is not the best word, because it then I come over as somebody who doesn't like his job, but the that's where the shoe rings, let's say, because if there were more examples out there of speaking out explicitly for, let's say again, good lobbying, these people would, be less collectivistic, let's say, less statist. Because I otherwise don't understand what they find interesting in Atlas Shrugged. But to give you an extreme example of this, the first translation of the Fountainhead in the Netherlands was actually translated by a Nazi. And I still don't understand what a person like that saw in the Fountainhead. It's really strange for me to understand, but I'm not really concerned with those kind of people, but your direct colleagues and the field that you work in obviously means a lot to you. And that's where you start thinking like, damn, if we just had like examples and real established people, just like in law, because they do exist, and just like in economics, if we did had these kind of examples also in lobbying. But I think people are seeing that as normalizing it, normalizing lobbying. And of course, in a pro-capitalist society, you would still have economists. There will still be a legit thing, more so than lobbying. So I think that's maybe where the issue lies. But um, about about people being attracted to Ayn Rand and having completely opposite principles. Yeah, I also find that strange, and I also found it. I was actually by accident that I saw the first guy who translated the Fountainhead. That was just because I saw on the like some marketplace the translation of the Fountainhead in Dutch, and found out that that was actually the first print, and that was actually done by a Nazi, which is strange. I don't know what leads them to it.
I was wondering if he liked Nietzsche, because Nietzsche is actually Ayn Rand considered including quotes from Nietzsche in the beginning of each of the four parts of the Fountainhead, but she decided against that, I guess, after she realized that his philosophy was more opposed to hers than she initially realized. But if you have a view of a strong man, Ubermensch, I think that's the term in for Nietzsche's idea of the ideal man. Maybe they saw some reflections of that in the Fountainhead, and maybe that was a reason they were interested in it. Or it could have just been purely monetary, right? Maybe the person just said, "Oh, well, this is a bestseller. Maybe if I translate it and I can earn some royalties on the Netherlands edition of the Fountainhead." And maybe he didn't care at all about the ideology of the book. It was
That's
just
possible.
um, I hadn't heard about that though. All right. Well, I don't have anything else. I didn't have any more thoughts on this last segment. Is there anything else you wanted to say? It's what time is it there? It's like
It's already past 3. We we had a very good long talk, and I'll be happy to join the chat next time, and maybe we'll call again next time. Um, so yeah, we had a long talk. It's probably has been enough. I'm going to start later tomorrow. I decided just now. So
yeah,
um,
get a good sleep, because so you're 3:17 a.m. your time, I guess,
yeah,
in the
yeah.
Netherlands. All right. Well, thanks for calling in. I do appreciate it. Glad we got to chat.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. And I enjoy the show, and I'll see you next time. Speak to you next
Th-
time.
Okay, catch you later. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
All right. Glad he was able to call in. Let me come back to the chat, see what's going on there. Oh, Holden is here in the chat. Hi, Holden. Looks like he came in about 20 minutes ago. Okay, so got a few more chats rolling in. Thanks for those. Thanks for the likes, subscribes, shares, comments. Oh, I still got my poll open. See, we got some more votes, up to 9 votes now. So now I think the percentages have shifted. I forget what they were before, but now, in answer to the question, should it be legal for a person with healthy eyes to contract with someone to be blinded? You got 3 yeses, 2 nos, 3 I don't knows, and 1 it depends. All right, I think I'm going to end this poll now. It's been up for quite a while. I don't think those show up when there's a live chat replay. I don't think the poll results show up, so I want to share my screen so that it at least gets captured on this screen. So if someone looks at this later, they will be able to see the poll results in the live chat replay. Well, I've been going for almost 5 hours. I'm starting to think about whether I should end the stream. Let me just look at some of these chats first. Oh, the last one I remember I made a note. I was up to 1:56 p.m. Pacific time, so that was quite a while ago. That was over 3 hours ago, over 4 hours ago. Okay, maybe I'll read these after the stream. I don't want to. I don't think I want to read them all right now, but I do appreciate them. And if there's an issue you want to raise in a future live stream, which I didn't have time to get to today, then feel free to raise it again. If there's some issue that came up in the chat that you wanted to talk about, we can try to get to it in a future stream. Okay, I see some chats coming in here from Simon. Okay, get in your last chats that you want to say if there's anything you want to do, because I want to end the stream in a couple minutes. So I'll probably do another stream in my usual 5 days from now. That would be Tuesday. And not sure exactly what time I start, but usually in the afternoon Pacific time. But if you are subscribed, you can get a notification. So hope to see you all again sometime. Thanks everyone for your chats, for your listening, watching. Thanks to the people who called in. We had three callers today. Oh yeah, Jason called in, and then Noes called in, also known as Brinkwill, and then Agosti. So thanks for the callers as well. And see Simon got another chat in. Enjoy the weekend, Dan. Thanks. You too. Hope everyone has a good weekend and hope to see you in a future stream. All right, I'm going to go to my closeout stream so that this is timed right, so that there's not a lot of dead air after I say my final goodbye. So let me navigate to where that is. All right, we're up to 10 likes. Good to see. Okay, good to be here with you all, and wish you a good weekend. Bye for now.